Similar idea, just that we've all just been discussing before you came in, which was going to be whether or not the living conditions might be shifted. But yeah, it's all discussed.
Okay, it's 9:30 and the inquiry is reopened. Good morning, everybody. My name is Guy Davis. I'm the inspector appointed to hear this appeal. Yesterday, we opened with statements on behalf of all main parties and interested parties. We heard evidence on landscape in the afternoon, and myself and a number of people did a site visit. So I've seen all parts of the site now, both on and off, including both the cemetery, Hall Farm and the houses around it. And also I walked to the Bridleway, which is about a kilometre off to the west, just to view the site from those distant views that one can gain from that area. We got more done than we were anticipating yesterday, which I'm pleased about. Perhaps that does then give us a bit of leeway today, and we were intending to have a roundtable discussion on living conditions tomorrow morning, but since we do have some time today, I was wondering whether it might be an idea to move it forward to this morning, because I see Mrs. Lopez there. It would have the advantage of her being able to be included in that discussion. I'm not going to do that, obviously, unless Mrs. Dodsley and the appellants are happy for me to do that. So, Mrs. Dodsley, what's your view on that?
Yeah, we'd be grateful actually, because it enables Mrs. Lopez to take part. So I think that works for us well.
I mean, I think it works for everybody because it gives us a slightly easier Thursday, and then participants can for those who are travelling a long distance, can get off. And
Makes perfect sense as far as I'm concerned.
okay. So my intention, Mr. Slack, is that you can stand down for the time being. What we'll do first then is to have the round table relating to living conditions for people in houses, residents in those properties in and around Hall Farm. Yep, that's no problem. Let's move that around.
Sir, sorry, could I just mention, we had discussed was whether that might be this afternoon, because I could just do with a bit of time with Mrs. Lopez, because we obviously weren't ready for that until tomorrow.
Okay.
Is that possible?
Okay.
Sorry, yeah, I should have said that. We did discuss doing it today. We would also be happy, I know this wasn't what your suggestion was, sir, but we'd be happy if it accommodates the Rule 6 party a bit better, to actually have you just having moved around to do the council's highways case now,
Okay.
and then do the living conditions when Ms. Lopez would be here also
All right,
this afternoon,
okay.
and then they'd have a bit more time to think about it, prepare themselves.
That's no
and
problem.
then we do our highways case tomorrow.
Okay.
We would still have the benefit that you'd identified of hopefully finishing a bit earlier on the
Yeah.
Thursday, etc.
Okay.
Sorry to keep you moving up. Does that suit you, sir?
I have no problems with that because I was going to split. We were going to split
gonna
the
split
highways
anyway,
evidence
that's what I'm
anyway, and I appreciate it's rather been dumped on you quickly. So yes, okay, is that all right? So we'll hear the evidence from Mr. Slack, it'll probably take this morning, maybe a little bit into the afternoon.
I think it will probably take a little into the afternoon.
Little after, and then we'll hear you probably early afternoon sometime.
Sorry, thank you.
Okay, righty ho. In that case, let us return to highway evidence, and we start.
So there is a statement coming round.
I have one here. Thank
You won't have had a chance to. But
I haven't
just,
seen it. No.
No, you won't. But it'll obviously come up later.
Okay. We better give that a number. We've got it down as 8.
Sir, just on that point, could I just raise a point of admin with the numbering of the statements yesterday? I think 6 might be an error, as I'm not sure which statement that is. I've got my opening statement, which is number 2,
Yes.
but I'm not sure that 6 exists for me.
6 doesn't
I just need
exist,
to move
does
it up.
Why did I have that down? Right, well, let's get rid of 6. We'll have this as, this will be, well, okay. So I had, let me just, documents that I've received yesterday was the appellant's opening, the council's opening, your Rule 6 party's opening. I then had some revised planning conditions. I had the SIL compliance statement. That's the council's justification for the legal undertaking. I then had, I'll even read my own writing. Number 7 was, that was Mrs. Lopez. That's right. It's her statement. We'd already got Mr. Jennings, so we did need to number that. In which case, Mrs. Lopez's statement is then number 6. And this, which is a supplementary transport statement of common ground, is number 7. Can I ask, is a copy of that on the document library? Or can it be put up there so people can see? Okay. All right. Okay. Any other admin matters actually before we start? Okay. I didn't have any. Other than perhaps I ought to just do my normal housekeeping update. For those who've got mobile phones, can you please turn them to silent? I'm also told that there isn't any fire alarm test. There is one on Monday, but that obviously doesn't worry us. So if there is a fire alarm, we'll assume it's the real thing. Can you please leave by the indicated green exits? We gather outside the front of the building in the car park. Okay. Let us move on then to hearing evidence on the matters of highways. We're going to hear this morning, firstly, from the council and their expert witness, Mr. Christopher Slack. Mr. Grant, over to you.
Thank you, sir. And obviously, Mr. Slack's at a slightly awkward angle for me, so if you can't hear me, given the microphone.
Would you prefer him to sit on this side?
No, I'm happy with him there, sir, because Mr. Simon, he'll be even more at an awkward angle for Mr. Simons to cross-examine if he's on that side. So okay. I'm happy for him to stay. It's just if you stop being able to hear me, let me know. Is the only point I was making. Right. Good morning, Mr. Slack. I'll give you a very brief introduction. You've given us a proof of evidence and a rebuttal proof of evidence. In your proof, you tell us you're Christopher Michael Slack, an associate director of our GP Consulting Engineers, which is a specialist planning transport consultancy. You've experienced advising developers and local authorities on a range of land uses and proposals across the UK, with 20 odd years experience in transport planning. All of that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. So, just start off, there's obviously 2 broad themes to what's in dispute between us. There's the sustainability, accessibility points, and then there's the highway points. Start with the context, accessibility, sustainability, please. We know, we've all read, I'm sure, NPPF paragraph 110, which talks about developments being focused on locations which are or can be made sustainable through limiting the need to travel and offering a genuine choice of transport modes. How do you understand what a genuine choice of transport modes means? What's your advice to the inspector on that?
Genuine choice of transport modes really consider
Moment, can everybody hear him okay? Would you like to just pull your microphone towards you? They're quite directional, I find.
The microphones might not move very much, so you might need to pull yourself forward, Mr. Slack.
Fine. Thanks very much, Master. Yeah, very good.
Must have heard that so many times. Okay.
But yeah, a genuine choice of the opportunity to sure that society is well, both internally and surrounding locality to ensure facilities are within reasonable walking distance. Wheelchairs, prams, etc. All within the
Thank you. The paragraph continues to note that opportunities to maximise sustainable development, sustainable transport solutions vary between urban and rural areas, and that needs to be taken into account.
So it's the other one on your left, movable, I'm wondering.
Make an effort to speak more loudly. Okay, so do they vary between urban and rural? What is the distinction?
It was mid-question, sorry. Essentially, in your analysis, what's your advice to the inspector on how do you take or apply the reference to varying between urban and rural areas?
Sure. Well, I think you need to consider that obviously in rural areas, the ability to provide high frequency public transport services, service train services, and indeed high quality walking and cycling infrastructure. It's far more difficult to achieve generally because of the viability, population densities, and therefore in an urban context where those elements are certainly easier to achieve and more critical to the people live within that area, the overall threshold for providing sustainable transport is higher in urban areas.
Thank you. There's obviously a discussion about the different modes of travel which we'll have and which you and Mr. Bancroft have had in your briefs. What sort of factors affect how a person chooses to travel?
Yeah, I think the main, just to sort of summarise that, I think the main issue to reference really is the convenience of the mode and travel time involved, distance, wait time, cost is a factor, journey purpose is a factor. For example, a week to supermarket shop, albeit people are doing it online shopping these days, but a large weekly shopping trip would be more likely to be undertaken by a private car, just convenience and shopping, like that. The quality of the route, whether the person has reduced mobility, footway, etc. The directness of the route, safety, particularly perceived safety, and the directness of the route.
Thank you. On the question of walking distances generally, there's obviously a range of documents referred to between you and Mr. Bancroft. I don't particularly wish to go through all of those. And sir, in your email to us about cross-examination terms, you said you're taking proofs as read. So sorry, that's the basis on which I'm working.
Just give me the key points.
Yeah. Both you and Mr. Bancroft refer to a WYG paper. Mr. Bancroft purports to update it. This is 2015 paper from earlier in TS Journey Times. Can I have your views on that purported update?
Yeah, sure. So the original report, 2015, based on National Public Survey data, ranged from 2010 to 2012. So Mr. Bancroft thought, well, let's have a look to see if things have changed over that time period and period public survey data. We did appear to sort of show a slight overall trend or an increase when you compare the dates in average distances. So I think that's all well and good, but I think statistics compared to sets of data show one thing. If you show if you review a larger data sample, it tells a story. I looked at the total available data from 2002 up to 2023, and it shows a bit of a trend. It shows general consistency of distances reported. It does show a spike in 2020, 2021, and as we'll all be aware, that was the time of the global pandemic, where travel behaviour ultimately changed. People were working from home. People were walking more, really, as they, amongst other things, they had more time as they weren't commuting, for example, to offices. But the trend also shows a downturn or a reduction following 2021 into 22 and 23. What we don't know is how that trend continues. There's every sense that it may continue down again, but I think the overriding point is that the general references, the general measurements, the distances, have been pretty consistent. And if they are pretty consistent, if we take the OUTM document in 2000 and the WIG document in 2015, they're very, very similar. We've got 1200 average port distance on IHG, WIG 1150, 84% are WIG 1950 for community purposes, and IHG 2000. So very consistent over that period, and there's no reason to sort of suggest that there's an upward trend in walking distances. It's just an overall correction. Generally consistent.
Turning to the distances between sort of you and between the appeal site and various facilities, obviously we've had a clash of distances sometimes between you and Mr. Bancroft, and it's set out in his rebuttal proof table at paragraph 6.15, where he compares those points. But he concludes that on average the variations are, I'm quoting him, fairly less than 3 minutes, and that's not particularly material. And your views on that, please?
Yes, I mean, reviewing the documents, there are a couple of examples where distances, I think 2 instances, in this interpreted, mistranscribed the distance as we have looked. We provided distances from the northern entrance to the site, the southern part, which have been mistranscribed. Similarly, we had made transcribing error. So ignoring those 2 points, generally where we select the same routes, the distances are those. There's a couple of instances where, without understanding, without knowing the exact route and directions, there seems to be a bit of discrepancy between such as primary school, small trade shop, hospital, fish and chip shop. We have a distance down at 1,300 metres, and I'm not quite sure why we're so far out of 500 metres. Perhaps there's a cut through that I'm completely aware of, but other than that, I think I contemplate.
But you were actually the lower distance.
We were the higher distance.
You were high, sorry, I thought you said 1350, 480.
Sorry, 1350,
Oh, 850. Got you. Okay, right.
Turning then to the specific routes, both you and Mr. Bancroft have included your active travel audits. I don't particularly want to go through particular route days, so I've said before, you can see it and walk them, and you're the best person to form your view. But one of the apparent criticism from Mr. Bancroft is that you looked at 11 amenities rather than his suite of 18. Again, can you just explain your approach, please, and why you looked at the ones you looked at?
Sure. I think looking at the walk and cycle order, basically, he identified 5 key routes, and many of the amenities were covered largely within those routes. Some of the amenities a very slight deviation, but generally speaking, in terms of Bloom Academy, there was multiple amenities that followed the same routes, and the same is true for Waterloo High Street. Indeed, towards the bike business. Some of the amenities were beyond more than 2.5 and 3 kilometres. Some of the amenities were not, well, for example, there's a mighty brewing brewery, which is online only, so I wouldn't really regard it as a facility. You can purchase beer, as they sell that online. It's not attractive. There's no one concern. So there was a host of reasons why some of those amenities, generally speaking, most of the key routes.
Thank you. Of the routes that you've assessed, there's a change in score of 4 of them: Malden High Street, Plume, St Francis and St Peter's. The reasons why are in the previous, I don't intend to go over them, but Mr. Bancroft points out that only your scores result in a downgrade in number, but only one route, St Peter's Hospital, results in a downgrade in colour. From the red, amber, green assessment for those following along. I suppose your view, please, on whether the fact that even though your scores change, the colour doesn't change for 3 of the routes, and the fact that the colour change for 1. What do you want the inspector to do with that?
I think it's important to understand the general criteria in terms of there are 4 criteria. It's whether the route is safe, direct, comfortable, and attractive. And then it's scored in turn by the rank assessment, which is red, amber. Now, what do those colours actually mean? The red indicates critical issues that really need to be resolved. Amber highlights substandard conditions, and we can assume that green is essentially saying it requires standard, and that so I think this, and you've got those 4 criteria and the 3 gradings. So the highest score we reach is 12, obviously the lowest would be 4. And the fact that whether it tips the balance of 4 or 8 is a material consideration. However, where you've got scores that equate to red or amber, regardless of whether it meets the overall threshold of red or amber, it's still highlighting that there are elements that are either indeed considered to be critical issues or indeed substandard conditions that really should be.
So I suppose
I think it is very important. I think the quality and attractiveness of routes has a major bearing on the propensity for people to undertake that, make that journey on foot or by bicycle. Particularly, there are other factors that play into it, not least distance, but if a route, let's say a pedestrian route, which some are, on the road, for example, particularly now as well, places, Tilbury Road, where you've got obstacles with very narrow footways, they can be dealt with by fitting people to some extent, to a general extent, but where you've got people perhaps with prams, perhaps mobility issues, it can create a problem. And also where you've got narrow footways, even for the able-bodied, where you're meeting other pedestrians coming in the opposite direction, narrow footways, it can become very difficult to navigate, quite unpleasant. You're almost pushing people into the footway or into the carriageway line. So it certainly has a bearing on other people and your action. Versus
Thank you. Mr. Bancroft's rebuttal 3.24 to 3.27, he undertakes and introduces his Fruin assessment of the route. Can I have your views on that, please?
Yeah, well, I think it's first sort of important to understand what Fruin means. Fruin is it's a methodology, it's a theoretical assessment of the pedestrian level of comfort, and it's based on pedestrian numbers. It's a sort of assessment based on pedestrian flows, if you will, footway available to them. Now, Manual for Streets, the documentation refers to desirable minimum footways. Where we look at Fruin in the instance of Bancroft's assessment, we review the narrow footways, reference London Road and Spifford Road. And if we just turn to Spifford Road, for example, we have widths of 0.6 or 0.7. Now, the point here is that general guidance for inclusive mobility, planning for streets, defines absolute minimums of 1.2 metres and 1 metre respectively. Where we go below that level, it's insufficient to be used by wheelchair users, doesn't meet guidance, and also the assessment has been undertaken in terms of pedestrian. If it was, this is referring to able-bodied people, if you're walking one direction and people are walking behind you, it just about works. It's not particularly pleasant. You're very close to the traffic. However, if you were to encounter somebody from the other direction, as I previously mentioned, you would one party would have to stop and almost move out into the road to get past the other. And similarly, wheelchair users would simply not be able to.
Does that apply to any kind of minimum stretch of footpath? Because I'm thinking, a lot of footpaths they have obstructions in them, like it's a case of pedestrians having to wait a few seconds for somebody to pass that.
Well, yeah, in terms of footway widths, so streets, they refer to 2 metres. And then there are sort of departures or reductions. 1.5 is generally the absolute exception being when obstacles such as visual differences where you can reduce that. Absolutely. Well, yeah.
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
Well, I think to answer that, it really is it would be the extent of the obstacle, so which so in terms of the distance, specific reference, but the overall minimum really is so 1.5, reducing down to 1.2 meters. And just to sort of set this out in terms of drilling, on 1,000 metre, 1 metre footpath, there's almost no operational clearance for rollers. Directly goes pedestrians, vehicles, as levels to the foot, which is classified as unavoidable contact, or shut from the day. So to answer your question, there is a specific distance, but the guidance is minimum.
Thank you very much. Moving on to accessibility to bus stops, please. Is there anything you want to say on accessibility facilities? No. You've set out in your proof various routes based on the parameter plan. Mr. Bancroft, at paragraph 6.5 of his rebuttal, suggests you may have missed some, and then outlines some calculations talking about the total red line boundary, 83% of the site within an 800 metre distance, 47 within 500, and those figures effectively go up if you remove the cemetery. So I suppose your views on A, if you missed anything, and B, whether you happy to agree, accept those figures in Mr. Bancroft's rebuttal 6.5.
I think there's always going to be potential. Mainly because of the site. We took a judgment. It was direct routes, and we also sort of looked at 500 metres to midpoint of the site. And moving on to the distances in general, yeah, I think there's general agreement in terms of the measurements. There's reference from Mr. Bancroft, 97% of the site within 800 metres. This is the developed. 55% within 500 metres and 30%.
So that's now common ground.
Just to give you that.
97% of the site within 800 metres. This is distance. What's that?
Yeah.
55% within 500 metres. 32%.
That's so Mr. Bancroft's rebuttal, paragraph 6.5. So you find that. So from accessibility to the bus stop to, I suppose, utility of the bus, Mr. Bancroft in his proof 3.29 to 330 broadly indicates the 331 to 332 would be a comparable viable alternative journey to using a private car for some commuters. Can I have your response to that, please?
I think, it will be possible for residents of the site from the site to come to the bus station. I think we just need to consider what that journey will be. Establish the elements of the site within certain walking distances. So in terms of the walk distance to the site, we say 32% is within 400 metres. 400 metres is broadly 5-minute walking distance, 800 metres. So we can arguably say that typical resident will be walking 5 to 10 minutes. So 5 to 10 minutes. Then we look at the frequency. Not what we consider a 10-minute go, which is every 5 to 10 minutes, it's 30 minutes. So why does this matter? Well, generally speaking, unless you time it very, very well, which is not as easy thing to do, you've got an average wait time, which is half the frequency. So before you even set foot on the bus, the time from leaving your front door to the bus setting up, it's going to be somewhere in the region of 20 minutes. The bus journey then is about 30 minutes, I understand. So to get to the bus station, you're talking about Mr. Bancroft understandably points out that there are issues, there are factors that that is obviously something that needs to be factored in with the cost implications. But I think it's the convenience, probably the overriding factor here. So whilst, yes, some travel can be undertaken by bus, will, proportion, high proportion of goes to chance, particularly if they travel, would be undertaken by. And I'll just sort of go on as well. If the onward travel to London is undertaken, then maybe more minded to drive towards the park. Which is close. Jump station, 10 miles away.
Thank you. Turning then to rail accessibility, we know there's no rail station here. And you set out the rail services in your brief at 3.51, 3.54, North Banbridge, Hatfield, Peveril, Chelmsford, Witham, which you've just all spoken about. Just to cover this point of how likely is it and how will residents access those stations, those rail services?
Go to the main stations, 10 miles. If you look first to North Banbridge, it is the most. Reasonable distance. Travel by bus from the it's I don't think that. Hatfield Perival station is the closest station. You can travel to the station by bus, but again, it would require an interchange at Witham station. Interchanging at Witham station, you might as well go to Witham station. Journey by car is far more. Again, it is within 8 kilometres, which is the regarded not maximum, but desirable cycle distance, and therefore some travel by bus. Witham station, as I've referenced, can be reached on the 90 bus and involves a circa 90. Chelmsford station, we touched upon, can be reached. Journey time, bus journey time, 35 minutes. It is 10 miles away. I think it's beyond the scope of most.
Thank you. Turning then to a point that's repeatedly made is about the comparability of this site with, say, the allocations. So I'm not quite sure how far you want us to go into this. You gave the impression yesterday you were focused on the appeal site rather than comparisons, but we can do it if you can like.
By all means, ask the questions. To an extent, I think is the answer. I have to make a decision, obviously, on practical form, but I understand that the comparison is of some value.
Certainly. So, number of points made, effectively all driving the point that it's something more accessible. You're a transport person, so we're looking at this from the transport perspective rather than the broader allocation question. But I'll pick up a number of points with you, please. The first is about severance. Obviously, this field site is on the other side of Major Road, and the points are made that so are many of the southern applications. Anything you wish to bring to the inspector's attention about that particular issue?
Yes, I think if you look at the southern, obviously, those sites are built out to it, are being built. There are also a number of crossing points. Road in question, B Road, which could be described as severance line. There are a number of both controlled and there's also sort of if you look at the 8414 in relation to the site, in relation to access, it's just 3 levels. So the severance issue is could be considered slightly less. Various
Thank you. Anything you want to say in terms of comparability about, for example, access to buses?
yes, there's well, there are existing buses for the access. Also, so alternative site connect the site, ensure all resident properties within walking distance bus stops, which is something that the appeal site simply can't do.
Third point, you recall there's some diagrams in some of the Bancroft documents showing the distances from the appeal site to the high street, and from the southern allocations to the high street. But can we have your views, please, on accessibility to services and facilities more generally?
I think what was would be pretty hard to dispute geographically closer to high street than southern. What the exercise fails to consider is that the southern elevated sites are of strategic nature. So whilst some of the facilities are further up, potentially further up, identified other facilities on site that would result in internalisation of trips, encourage walking and cycling proximity, and equally facilities like our proximity services such as
Thank you. Turning then just to last couple of points on sustainability before we get to highways and modelling. Just on the measures, the mitigation measures that are being put in place. We know that there's a programme of highway works and there's a bus contribution for 4 years, the 850k. Your view, please, on the efficacy of this of these measures in terms of mitigating some of the impact on sustainability, and why?
I think it's important to consider the way in current travel, looking at town centre, residential areas to the south. One thing that's consistent is the level of we generally use 2,000 level sensitivity. Representative. I believe did a review of reports. Notwithstanding that, the overall level of bus travel as a general is relatively good. Have to factor that into how they refer to 4 years. Essex County Council stated that this would, the 850,000 contribution would cover a 4-year period with essentially fund from the operation of the bus service in the sense of comp prime. Comp priming being essentially cover the costs, the operation costs, with a view to encouraging to use the service and use the revenue generated to make the bus service viable until when funding stops, which is generally 5 years. But I think if you look at the, I think it calls into question whether the revenue generated would really
Final points on this. You make some comments in your proof about the travel plan. Mr. Bancroft in his rebuttal says that you'd previously said you had no concerns about the travel plan. Just your view, please. Are you going back on something? Did you have no concerns? Do you have anything that to clarify?
Sure. I wouldn't necessarily say I'm going back on something. It was agreed that we would not scrutiny. Quite clearly was just to sort of review the travel plan, just to sort of see. It is a draft travel plan, but it's just to understand it. As part of the travel plan, we look at what the existing road share is and how really the travel plan can encourage more trips being made by sustainable roads. The travel plan put forward does so shift private car travel to active travel, walk and cycling. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. However, the where bus travel is concerned, it's very low. 2% is maintained over 5 years. And just raising that as quite a quandary as to why would we not actually, we're investing £850,000 in the service. Do we not believe that some form of ownership costs is achieved? And that was the main point.
Thanks. We'll move on to the second part of your chief, which is about highways and the modelling, and if there was anything else you wanted to say on sustainability. Thank you. I think it's fair and common ground. The main focus of your analysis has been the A414 Linebrook Way roundabout, I think also known as the Morrison's roundabout, just to orientate us, and then you talk a bit about the Spitter Road roundabout as well. I want to deal with some key terms, please, to try and disentangle some of the questions that might arise in the modelling. So do let me know if we're covering ground you're already well aware of. But first, can you talk to us, please, about the difference between trip generation, mode share, distribution?
Trip generation, in raw terms, is estimating the amount of new trips that will be developed, generally by organisers. In this instance, for proposal. Mode share is the proportional percentage of trips made by a particular type of transport, cycling, bus, etc. Distribution, that's where the trips generated from one end to the other side, but ultimately where they're actually going to. And then the assignment is how those trips will be assigned.
Thank you. Second point on sort of terminology, when we get onto junction analysis and talking about the approach junctions, we've seen reference to flat, direct, and hourly profiles. Again, could you just explain what those are and what the differences are, please?
Yes, sure. So flat is essentially where you've got a consistent line. So simple maths, let's say you've got 60 cars approaching, and model it for one car approaching every minute. Nice and spaced. If we look at direct, that's essentially taking traffic surveys, looking at the recorded movements within generally every 15-minute period, inputting those flows within each 15-minute period of the model. So it essentially assesses what we're seeing. 1 hour it can be considered a more robust approach, and essentially it takes the hourly flows and assumes a normal distribution, a bell-shaped curve, whereby there's almost a peak within the peak, builds up on both sides of the shoulder, like from the central 30-minute period, assesses a sort of higher rate than we've seen generally.
And I don't, tell me if I'm wrong, we've got sort of 4 different scenarios before the inspector. Have any of them used hourly? So put that to one side at least. As I just said, you've got, so before the inspector, we've got the transport section, transport assessment, TA, which has sections 5 and 6. Section 5 and 6, and then there's section 7 on top. There's 5 and 6. Section 7, which is the, in effect, referred to is the sensitivity test. We've then got the TAA, and then we've got what you've done in your proof. By reference to things like mode share and distribution, the things we've spoken about, can you just explain to the inspector kind of what the differences are in each of those 4 things, trying to untangle some of the differences, not necessarily in terms of outcome, but in terms of approach?
Yes. So we look at the methodology for the SLR, document to section 6. So modelling is recorded in section 6. Is set out. The methodology was that they used the industry standard software for TRIX. TRIX is it's a sort of UK and Ireland database of survey sites. With the visitor sites and record trips in and out, particularly development, not just residential, but the whole raft of different land uses by different modes. Also quite useful to look at SOL then took person trips. Person trips is everything. All movements, all journey types. They then they looked at national travel survey data for 2020 and broke those person trips down in terms of during purpose and during trip type, mode type. They then assigned the vehicle trips. What this resulted in was very good. I believe about about 0.27 and the other one 0.3. What does that? Well, we can just look at the methodology put forward by Essex County Council. They reviewed this methodology and disagreed. They said, well, actually, you've got your tricks breakdown by mode type. You've actually got the vehicle. And they equated to, I believe, 0.52, 0.56 for respective hours.
Okay, before you're talking about Essex County Council's response. This is their pre-app response in
This is the
Appendix B.
pre-app.
Is that what you're talking
That's
about?
correct.
Right, so that's where the inspector will find these points that you're talking about.
So Essex disagreed with the methodology put forward by SLR and suggested that the review so SLR decided then to just present the data and the results within the section 6 of the report. But then also said, well, this county council requested this, we're going to call this a sensitivity appraisal. We don't agree with it, we're going to take it to show, as they describe, the worst case scenario. That brings us on to what I agree with Essex County Council.
Well, hang on, we're not onto your proof yet because we still have to do the TAA before we get there. So, the way that they dealt with trip generation mode share in section 7, which you say is in line with the ECC, so is what?
They applied rates the one issue with both sets, both models, we call them scenario 1, scenario 2, that they applied in the go back to traffic profile, they applied a flat profile, which essentially is a nice average arrival pattern, which doesn't fit very well. So the issue is a direct approach to the direct.
So then we get on to the TAA, CDB, say 7, but I'll double check. What changes when we get to the TAA?
So obviously at this point they submitted the TA and they received feedback from the various sections of TAs. Now, Essex County Council Highways previously raised the flag direct. They also said, look, we need to sort of have some validity to the outputs. Validity meaning do the recorded surveys, are they represented? So the sensitivity appraisal was undertaken again, instead of the direct profile. But they then applied calibration adjustments to all 4 offside junctions. Why does this really not?
Well, first, let's start with what a calibration is.
Calibration is essentially looking to so if, for example, if the input flows, you know that the Q is full, your model is saying something is going on. Could be that the arrival profile is slightly different. It could be that there are specific factors. Could be the way that you react. It's very hard to merge them. So you look to sort of amend the geometric parameters, but the assumptions made within the ability to merge them.
So then you wanted to come on and say, why does calibration matter?
Yes, I mean, the model itself, when it provides which is not the longest queues you're likely to ever see. It's the average of the queue. So, for example, if you look at, we'll call it the Morrison roundabout for simplicity. You look at the A414 North arm. The model presented within the showed queuing of, this is the mean maximum. If you look at the survey queue lengths, there is some fluctuation, and it varies between 0 and 9. Now, SLR, applying their adjustment calibration, they reduce the queue to 4. When you look at the numbers of 0 to 9, 4 slots in quite nicely. Why then they needed to reduce that doesn't really apply. Therefore, applying the calibration adjustments, which artificially increases, it's applied in a percentage. Where they've applied 150%, you've essentially uplifted the ability from that, not representative. The other point to mention is that the guidance states where it's appropriate to use calibration factors, one of which is they say you should that you can get a realistic idea of how the junction operates. SLR have one day's worth of data, 7th February constant, which incidentally Essex County Council did flag in February, not reason being, which appears with a week after, however, like the private schools. So that's part of the justification. The rest of the justification states is that portion should be taken. Only really visibility and other criteria that perhaps you wouldn't necessarily see at the start.
So, okay, moved on a little bit from just explaining what the differences are between the assessments to some of your concerns about TAA and calibration. But just just a point of reference, you talked about guidance for calibration factors. What document is it you're referring to? Do you have a document number?
Well, it's the transport search. It's the organisation. The junction. It is also an organisation.
So that was the TAA effectively take section 7 of the TAA and use direct profiles at calibrating the junctions. How is your approach different? What is it that you've done in your proof?
It's essentially adopting let's say the approach of SLR in the sensitivity case in the TAA with the direct flows, but removing the calibration adjustments.
Fine, thank you. So that's a broad overview. Touch on this very briefly. There's some discussion about nursery trip generation, but in a context where you acknowledge the SLR over 300 it's not 275. Does the inspector need to worry about this?
No, I think it's good.
MSOA. the super output area. Something of a dispute about whether to use 004 or 005. Mr. Bancroft points out the site is entirely within more than 004. So, start please. What's the purpose of picking an MSO?
Well, the whole purpose of it is if you look at the MSOA, the data is made available. Census reporting can only be derived from surveys. Where you've got a site that sits in the countryside, there is no reporting, and therefore the information is only made available for the residential, built up areas, the residential areas within that area. So I think it's important to sort of acknowledge where the built up areas are, to try and demonstrate what the true characteristics.
So, what is it? Why do you pick, or why do you prefer to 005, not 004?
Okay, well, very simply, 004 includes the site, also includes an area to the south, southeast, and north. Both these areas, certainly at the time of 2011, census data. So really, 004 you're looking at within the settlement band. It's also doesn't stretch all the way down to Malden, it's about halfway there. So ultimately, all this area, the vast majority of it, is within 800 metres of the west. We can apply, we talk about many, much of the guidance refers to walkable neighbourhoods. So if you live within an 800 metre walk distance, the likelihood is you're going to visibly better walk. Site on the other side, you go 414 at a greater distance, the barrier is the south distances are further away, and therefore more than 005, it's south in terms of the built access, it's south of 004, and it's a similar distance from the high street as the site. It's more appropriate, and I would also further add that this is raised with it's typically to do with distribution, I may add, but I think the same conclusion can be.
Moving on to your concern for the different scenarios, then you called it scenario 1, I'm going to call it TA section 6. That bit. What are your specific concerns with that?
I mean, to put it in simple terms, it grossly overestimates the number of cars. Essentially, the figures, when you go through them and look at the numbers, you've got more passengers than car drivers on average. That's not to say that commuter trips will not include passengers. But to suggest that every single vehicle has got more than one passenger.
Moving on then to section 7, sensitivity test. Again, before you outlined what the differences are, just your views on it as an indicator in terms of reliability.
Yeah, I mean, it really should be the base case. Section 7 referred to as a sensitivity, but it's the agreed position of the highway authority. It should have been the base case. It applies trick data, which is based on survey of sites with similar characteristics, similar locations, selection of sites agree with characteristics. The search parameters used, the vehicle trip rates are reasonable, and I suppose looking at committed development traffic, again, this is something that Essex Highways best placed to comment on, but they will have obviously been informed, and they have information regarding the strategic site locations, sensitivity analysis as well is certainly more robust than the
you. Moving on to the TAA, you've spoken, I think, earlier about your concerns around calibration. I'm not going to go over those again. But just to pick up one point, I think there's a suggestion in Mr. Bancroft's rebuttal, paragraph 5.1, that you'd previously agreed the TA models were robust. Your views on that? Yes, notably during a meeting held with Mr. Slack, he stated that the models within the transport assessment were considered to be more robust, and thus would form the basis of his review. Can we have your views on that, please?
Yeah, I think it's a slight play on words, really. What I did say was that the general methodology in terms of the trip generation, in terms of application of development class, was more robust than just stated now than the methodology.
So you're distinguishing between the sensitivity test in section 7 and section 6. Turning to your approach, please, one of the criticisms that comes your way, Mr. Bancroft, is that you've taken person trip rates and you've applied journey to work data to it. So journey to work data comes from census. It's about commuting. The point that's being made is this is over-representing the number of, if you take person trip rate and have journey to work data, then you're over-representing the number of vehicles. Can we just have your response to that, please?
Yes, I think if you look at the MPTF, and it refers to all reasonable scenarios. The assessment in section 7 says 50 is a reasonable scenario. And I think it's also worth making the point that Essex County Council will now preempt response. If the person trip rates are applied to the census MSLA vehicle percentage for more than lower to derive the local proportion based on actual data, specifically area 2 trip generation is, and it gives one that we've notified vehicles and then so they'd already applied that methodology as an example of what the trips could be. It is a robust assessment. It is an assessment that some planning authorities seek. National Highways have certainly sought it as a robust assessment of the strategic road network. I was simply trying to point out, if we were to apply that methodology, person trips, but taking more than 0.5, which is higher, it would result in X vehicle trips, which is higher still than the sensitivity assessment. It is also worth acknowledging that suggests that just to point out that an even more robust or worse case scenario.
There are a number of criticisms of your approach in Mr. Bancroft's rebuttal, paragraph 5.4, 3 bullet points. First, he says you've used a 90-minute profile, not a 60-minute profile modelling. Your response to that?
Yes, I think it's worth stating that we were not trying to, in assessing we focused on the A414 junction. It did not go through the other junctions in the and in any sense, we were just trying to replicate what they had undertaken, reproduce instead of what had come forward. So it may be the case that we applied, or is the case that we applied a 90-minute rather than 60-minute. But the impacts, the traffic flows have not changed. And the impacts are no difference.
Second criticism is there's no variation in the HGV movements. your response?
Again, we were applying the information that was provided by the hub. We've not sought to adapt the models. It's also not that the models were chained, which means that the assumptions were sort of folded across from scenario to scenario. So it was not something that we sought to amend to offer an alternative. It was simply trying to reproduce what's right.
The third criticism is that there's no variation in committed or development vehicle trips across the peak hours. And it seems to have been assumed that the same level of trips would appear in the shoulder peaks. Your response to that?
Again, we were applying the committed development traffic that had been provided, hourly traffic that had been provided to the current by council. We were not seeking to in any way adapt those flows to somehow test an alternative scenario.
Thank you. On to the question of severity. The first bit, I suppose, is we've got the full scenarios, section 6, section 7, TAA, work you've done. Which of these is it that you're suggesting the inspector look at as the most robust one when he's forming a view on whether there's going to be an impact and whether it's going to be severe? Just so to orientate what we're talking about before we get into your views.
I suppose in terms of transport performance, it would be in section 7. I've essentially assessed the same scenario by direct rather than a flat profile, which is slightly worse than the slightly worse suggestion, slightly worse.
So, taking then the section 7 outcomes and the question of severity and severe impact, how are you judging severity? What's your advice to the inspector on whether it's a severe impact? Obviously, that's something of dispute.
Well, I'll keep it brief. Talk about that in vision program. Versus predictive provide the traditional methodology whereby you look at trips generated by developers and you listen to mitigate your final assessment has congestion. Is the congestion prediction good assessment development? And is it of a sufficient nature that you need to take cover? Now, this methodology isn't necessarily going to put forward in all cases. Hence, move to the traditional I'll refer to the RFC. RFC is the ratio of flow to capacity. It essentially provides an indication in each as to whether the junction approach is congested. Between 0.5 is considered to be great with reasonably purified conditions. As you approach 0.5, suffering further. So, with 0.851, which is 85%, 100%, with 8.5, during congestion stuff. Now, go back to the provide. If you look at the junction, anyhow, that approach is generally not a good approach to take. I would say that in terms of pressure for severe is, I don't think you can take it. But if we look at the capacity, an RFC of what, 80%, that higher pressure is the pressure above which the junction starts to suffer with extensive delay to a point where, particularly as it gets more and more traffic, it's used to build modelling it eventually be able to build points to a point that fuse just didn't dissipate, so you could end up stuck at the junction for several minutes. So, to be clear, point of severe is an answer.
I wonder whether it be, I mean, you explained the predict and provide approach, and then you mentioned that that is now switching towards a vision-led approach, which is obviously what is set out in the circular and the framework. Do you want to just say something for the room as to what you mean by a vision-led approach?
Sure. So the principles of a vision-led approach is to, rather than looking at what the impact is and how do we mitigate it, it's saying, how do we want the scheme to look? How do we want it? How will it sort of meet a lot of the objectives of how do we travel to and from the site and within it, the local facilities, how does it serve walk the site, public transport trips, how can we increase speed, how can we reduce the need to travel in the first place, development schemes, certain size criteria, and only then looking at
So is that a case then? One should be putting most effort into trying to encourage a sustainable modes of transport rather than to necessarily worry about and almost an acceptance that there will be further congestion on the road network.
well, I think certainly the approach is to sort of is to prioritise sustainable modes, but at the same time, it doesn't allow you to ignore highway transportation. And the NPPF states that severe, when it applies to all reasonable scenarios, following mitigation. For mitigation, you take different approaches, but I think in this instance, where you get highly congested, will be in some form of highway.
Sorry.
Sorry, there's still some concerns about the mic and not hearing. Can I just suggest, Chris, if you try and just bring your chair forward
Okay.
at all possible and just
Yeah,
try to be
sure.
more directed towards the mic.
Towards the mic. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay, sorry, I interrupted. Please continue to go on.
Thank you, sir. So some of the points that are made against your view that the impact is severe, one of the points by Mr. Bancroft is the suggestion that this development only in fact has a minor additional impact. If you look at section 7, the junction's already in trouble. One of the answers already at F, level of service F. So this just adds a little bit to an already troubled junction, and therefore the impact of this development isn't severe. What's your response to that?
Well, I think again, looking at the NPPF talks about residual cumulative impact. Now, you could look at the level of trips added, and if the local highway network was operating at a lower level or less congested, then you could argue, well, yeah, this is fine. It's we are adding trips, but it can be accommodated. But that is not the case here. We're into, when we factor in the committed development traffic associated with the strategic sites which are allocated, we're into a position of severe congestion or significant congestion, which results in a severe residual cumulative impact, certainly at the Morrison's junction.
Is that the level reached at any other junction?
Well, I will say this much. When we first looked at the assessment, and we looked at the 4 key junctions, including the Spittle Road, it was evident that, and I refer back to the RFC level of above 1 and being deemed severe. Certainly there is congestion, significant congestion would also affect the Spittal Road and Heybridge Road junctions. But my view, and I didn't assess in great detail, I didn't rebuild the models and assess them personally, or the company didn't, but certainly there is a high likelihood that RFCs and Qs of more than 0.9 would result. Whether they would exceed an RFC of 1 would remain to be seen, but I didn't feel that in all likelihood that those junctions would necessarily meet that threshold.
And how do you, there's a point being made, I think there's a point being made against us, that one has to take a proportionate approach. This is one junction, the other 5 that can assess for operating will be quite certainly in the same situation as this, so proportionately it shouldn't be considered a severe impact. If that point's being made, what's your response?
Again, I suppose it's differentiating between severe and significant. Understandably, the threshold being severe, and as I've defined, an RFC of above 1, I think we can say that the Morrison's junction would reach a point of severe, but the other junctions would reach a point of significant, very significant.
So, if it's being suggested that even if one may be considered severe, the whole traffic impact of the development can't be considered severe because the others aren't. You know, you've got 1 bad and 5 are all right. So overall, the traffic impact isn't severe. What's your response to that?
That would be considering that a junction works in absolute isolation. And a junction is merely one point on a route, on a journey that people make each and every day. Now, looking at the distribution, we've got the assignment of traffic from the site access junction is broadly 60% of traffic would assign south via Spittal Road and the Morrison's junction, and the remaining 40% north. So you've got 40% of traffic hitting the Heybridge junction, 60% hitting Spittal Road, and of which 50% travels via Morrison's junction. So the impact is not focused purely on one junction, it's focused on a number of junctions. As you get further away on that route, then the overall development impact would reduce. But certainly those 3 key junctions, the impacts are can be considered significant.
And how do you respond to the point that's made, which is delays the best metric to look at, and this is 20 seconds. Realistically, that can't.
Yeah, I don't disagree with Mr. Bancroft that delay is a good metric. I think it's a useful metric because you can say an RFC of 0.91, 1.1. What does that mean to most people? Not very much. But delay is more tangible to people in the room and watching that certainly driven or have been a passenger. And I think delay in terms of the development impact is one element. And I think we've talked about delay of 24 seconds. In isolation, that's probably not significant or severe. But when factored into committed traffic, the growth on the network, excuse me, you end up with a delay of 197 seconds at the Morrison's junction, which corresponds to 3 minutes and 20 seconds. You then factor that in to, that's one junction. If you experience similar levels, or even slightly lower levels of delay at other junctions, this can add several minutes, 10 minutes plus, depending on which route you're taking. So delay is useful, and I think being stuck at a junction for 3 minutes, nearly 3.5 minutes, is a tangible example of what that congestion could look like on Peel Mall.
So this is all arising effectively from Section 7 results. TA Section 7, Mr. Bancroft includes some points about TA Section 7 being overly proportional. So just your views on those, please. First is he suggests that between tempo growth and specific community developments, which is the growth factor used in Section 7 and Section 6, which is used tempo, there's no element of double counting. Your view as to whether that's a significant precautionary point.
Sure. Well, if you look at the Section 6 of the TA, SLR provided temporal growth factors. What are temporal growth factors? What does that mean? It's using a national TRIP-N model database, and it drills down to sort of regional level. So it's not very, very specific, but it's regional. And it assumes the number of houses and jobs that are forecast to come forward within a time period. Let's say 2023 to 2031, for example. Now that was applied within Section 6 of the assessment, and Essex's comments were that yes, fine. However, given that this is such a growth area, this underrepresents what will come forward, or what is allocated to come forward in terms of housing in particular. So then, in terms of assessing, in terms of this assessment, how do you ensure that you don't double count? Well, what you can do within the temporal software is there's a function, an alternative assumptions function, and you can manually go in and deduct or reduce the assumed number of houses, jobs within that forecast period, which would give you a lower growth factor, and that is a main way of avoiding double counting, because you're not assuming two sets of those houses coming forward.
So that's theory, and then the facts of this case, your view as to whether there's an element of whether the suggestion of double counting is likely to be any sort of proportional buffer.
Well, it's certainly the case that SLR applied. They look like they've applied. It seems that they have applied assumptions. They haven't provided outputs, but the growth factors in the sensitivity are lower than in the non-sensitivity assessment. So it appears that they have indeed used this alternative assumptions to ensure as best as possible that they haven't double counted.
The second point that's made is that Mr. Bancroft is sure that the residents will nevertheless take up non-car modes. This links back to an extent to the sustainability discussion we're having, but is there anything that you want to say about that? So the suggestion that TA Section 7 is therefore overly proportionate.
Well, I think it's the assumptions are sort of built in really to the tricks outputs, and whilst sort of you could describe the measures put forward, reasonable measures, the proposed toucan and puffin, which is a sort of pedestrian cycle and pedestrian only, signalised crossing at the Spittal Road Junction, and the link to London Road from the site in terms of pedestrian cycle linkages, and indeed the bus contribution for 4 years, which would seek to encourage to some extent walking and cycling. We have to remember the location of the site. There is the issue of 738-414, and just looking at the distance to local facilities, the only facility within what can be described as a 10-minute or walkable neighbourhood context of 800 metres would be the on-site, proposed on-site nursery. There are a couple of others that are there or thereabouts, maybe just outside of that, but the vast majority are beyond 1200, and therefore the likelihood of people walking is relatively low, particularly in the context of some of the constraints to walking and cycling inherent in the infrastructure provided within Malden itself and the routes via London Road.
The last point here, Mr. Bancroft says, well, this doesn't take into account the SMRR, the South Malden Relief Road, which at the time anticipated it would reduce traffic flows around by about 10%. So your views on the SMRR, whether that adds a layer of proportionality.
Yes, so the SMRR, for those uninitiated, is the South Malden Relief Road. It is linked to the Knoll Farm development, which sort of sits to the west of the A414, close to the Morrison's roundabout. As part of this scheme, Section 106 funds, by way of sort of granting condition, which trigger points as the scheme gets built out, would provide funding, or was intended to provide funding for the relief road. It has come to light that there's a funding deficit of circa 40%. Hence, the certainty regarding the relief road is not to the extent that was previously envisaged. Will it come forward? I think the intention is that yes, it will, if the funding gap can be closed. The timescales are somewhat uncertain, and certainly it would appear that the likelihood of it coming forward within, let's say, a 2031 time frame are, as I say, uncertain. Probably not.
Thank you. Last couple of questions, sir. So another point that's repeatedly made is that when you look at the differences in traffic that with without development, it's within plus or minus 10%, which is considered to be daily variation. Your points on that, your views on that, if it's being suggested the inspector should disregard or pay no attention to it because it's within daily variation range.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, daily fluctuations can be 10%. It's usually up to around 5%. Obviously, it can vary. Particular events that may occur, traffic or otherwise, etc. I think daily variations is one thing, but it has to be recognised that the development impact would not be a daily variation, it would be a constant. So whilst you might have daily variations, it wouldn't be necessarily unreasonable to assume that the surveys undertaken on the 7th of February potentially, and again, this could be viewed as conjecture and speculation because I can't back it up, but those flows, given that it was viewed as not a neutral month and it comes a week before half-term, February half-term holidays, they could have underrepresented the typical traffic conditions, traffic flow conditions.
Thank you. Obviously, the appellant repeatedly makes the point, saw it in opening. I'm sure you'll see it that Essex is fine with it. The local highway authority. I'm not going to ask you too much about that. I know the point was mentioned, but just from your perspective, what kind of engagement with Essex have you had in the appeal process?
Yeah, so when we sought to sort of review all the information available, there was the various formal letters from people, stakeholders, council. The main two being the pre-app response and the letter of November 25. That they did flag some minor concerns, but on balance, their view was that they didn't believe with a severe residual cumulative impact. I requested information from Essex County Council. Their view was that they basically did not wish to fully participate, certainly in terms of they didn't want to provide full disclosure of all the information on account of the fact that they were not supporting the reasons for it. They did provide, they provided their position saying that they were not providing this information. I then asked for a further breakdown of what the bus contribution would entail, which they did provide, which refers to the service, which would be 77. I think we're going to be in a position where we have a highly congested network with key bottlenecks. The biggest or the main, most critical bottleneck being the Morrison's roundabout. If his view is to consider that the overall impact does not meet the threshold of severe, I think it would have to be taken in the planning balance. The impacts would be very significant, certainly at that junction, and significant and very significant at the other identified junctions.
Views on whether those impacts have been mitigated.
I do not believe that they have. Obviously, there's reference to the South Malden Relief Road and reduction there. But in terms of proposed highway capacity, there are no proposed highway capacity improvements or suggested mitigation measures that would alleviate the traffic impact to some extent over and above the active travel and bus contributions.
Thank you very much. Unless there's anything you want to tell the inspector you've not had a chance to yet, that's all the questions that I've got for you.
No, I think
So that's the evidence in chief.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. That's very helpful. Good. Where are we? We're 10 past 11, so I think it's appropriate to take a break now. We'll break until 11:30. Thank you. Adjourned to 11:30.
Mr. Slack, you now can't talk to us, or any of us, if you're in isolation.
Again, everybody, 11:30 the inquiry is resumed. We heard evidence in chief from Mr. Slack this morning. We'll shortly move on to his cross-examination. Before we do that, can I just say, as you know, we had some issues to do with mics this morning.
Right.
So I'll ask you, Mr. Slack, obviously, to stay as close to your mic as possible. But I'm told that if the more mics we have on, the less the more problematic it becomes. So can I, you might have to toggle yours on and off, I'm afraid, Mr. Simons, just to try and keep as few mics on as possible. I've been asked to keep mine on. So that keeps the cameras in order. And obviously, Mr. Slack will need to have his on when he's answering the question.
Of course.
Is that okay?
Certainly.
Okay, good. Right, I don't think there's any other housekeeping matters, so we'll continue. So,
Mr. Slack.
Mr. Simons, over to you.
Thank you very much, sir, and good morning, Mr. Slack. Now, let's start with the policy, national policy, and the framework. It's a core document, or you might have it separately. You can Google it. It's core document I1, the MPPF, and turn to section 9, which is the transport chapter, which starts on page 31.
Yes.
Right then. So, chapter 9, paragraph 110 tells us to, second sentence, focus significant development, and this is a significant development, isn't it?
It is, I would agree.
On locations that either are or can be made sustainable, right? And so what we're after under 110 is locations that are either sustainable at the moment, or if they aren't, are capable of being made sustainable. Either one would be good enough to pass 110.
Right.
Through limiting the need to travel, and I suppose this is another bit, offering what national policy calls a genuine choice of transport modes, a genuine choice. Because national policy understands and expects that people will make different choices. Nothing wrong with that, but they've got to have a genuine choice to make, right? And that's what 110 is about. If a genuine choice exists, then 110 is passed in that respect.
Yes, provided it is indeed a genuine.
And at 115, couple of pages on, it's the same theme, a bit more detail. At 115A, we're told to ensure that sustainable transport modes are prioritised, taking account of the vision for the site, the type of development, and its location. You see?
Yes.
And just, if we can just skip briefly to the glossary, we're told what sustainable modes mean. It's on page 79. Page 79 of the framework defines sustainable modes.
Sorry, I printed off
Don't
section
worry.
9, but not the
Oh,
not
I'm
the full,
sorry,
full
not at all.
document.
No, take your. I'll read it. I can read it
If
to
happy
you.
read it.
Sustainable modes means any efficient, safe, and accessible means of transport with overall low impact on the environment, including walking, cycling, ultra-low and zero emissions vehicles, car sharing, and public transport. That's the, I'm sure you remember it now, I've read it out, but that's the definition of sustainable transport modes in national policy.
Accepted hierarchy is walking and cycling, public transport, and then you move to car sharing.
Yeah, I understand that's your opinion, but so I suppose what I'm asking you is what the inspector's here to do is to apply what national policy says, that's a hierarchy that you understand, but it's not one, is it, that's actually set out in the MPPF?
Page 79.
Sorry.
Page 79, sustainable transport.
That's right. Sorry. That's the definition I read out to you.
Yes, it does not make reference to a hierarchy.
No.
You're correct.
So they're all important so far as national policy is concerned, because they're all sustainable transport modes.
Is that a question?
Yes, however, it's clear priority for trips, sustainable trips that do not, you refer to not having an impact on the environment. And if you look at car sharing, it's still a big trip.
I didn't refer to that. I was just asking you to engage with what national policy says, and I think we're agreed that you think that there's a particular sorts of sustainable modes are more important than others. I think that's your opinion as a professional. That's absolutely fine. But if the inspector asked you to sort of identify, well, is that actually what national policy says? The answer is no.
Specific to the MPPF, it doesn't.
Okay. Anywhere else in national planning policy or guidance? If there is any,
Certainly active travel England standing guidance would refer to the hierarchy.
we'll come back to Active Travel England in a few minutes. Now, when we're looking at back in the framework at 115 and sustainable transport modes at 115A, there's no requirement, is there, under national planning policy for every kind of service or facility to be accessed or accessible by every kind of sustainable transport mode? That's not the test.
No, it's not as prescriptive as that.
No. And indeed, you would endorse, I suspect, what the planning inspector said in. If you could just turn up Mr. Bancroft's proof of evidence. You could turn in it to page 33, PDF 35. There's a, have you got it
Yes,
in hard
I've got
copy?
page 33.
On page 33, there's a heading, public transport provision,
Yes.
and he cites some comments from another planning inspector in italics under paragraph 7.18. Obviously, we've got the full appeal decision in the documents as well.
Yes.
Just to make sure, Inspector, have you got that? Thank. It starts, the framework says, the extract does, the framework says that proposals should ensure appropriate opportunities to promote sustainable transport modes can be taken up given the type of proposal and its location. Obviously, these are the bits of the framework we're looking at now. It adds development should be focused on locations that give priority first to pedestrian and cycle movements and second to high quality public transport. Overall, when applying this government guidance, to my mind, doesn't mean new houses should be limited to places where all the needs of their residents could be met entirely by a choice of transport modes other than by private motor vehicles. There would be few, if any, undeveloped sites with such a level of accessibility in the borough. Rather, the guidance is qualified to a certain degree, and there's an acceptance of sites being developed even though future occupiers would be reliant to some extent on the private car. That's the inspector's opinion. As to the way that national policy is framed, but I think we agree that that's correct, isn't it? That's the way that the MPPF works. It does not require, as you've just said, everything to be available through every sort of sustainable mode. It's more flexible than that.
Yes, I would agree.
Now, that's 115. 116 is the severity paragraph, which is obviously important. 116 tells us that development should only be prevented or refused on highways grounds if, and then goes on to talk about, we'll come on to what it talks about obviously after that. But just so we're absolutely clear, that means that if 116 weren't in play, we shouldn't be preventing or refusing something on highways grounds. Clearly, because that's what it says.
If the paragraph were not there, well,
As in if it weren't engaged, we'll come on to what the
weren't
triggers actually are. And you say they're engaged, or you say one of them's engaged, we say they're not.
okay.
If in the end the inspector decides that 116, that the triggers in it are not triggered, then development shouldn't be prevented or refused on highways grounds, because that's what 116 is there to do.
Correct, specifically on highways grounds.
Specifically on highways grounds. And 1/6 to the question then for the inspector, from so far as your evidence goes, is 116 triggered? I'm using that word triggered, just as is it engaged or not? That's the question.
Yes.
And that's the nub of it, because it's either engaged or it's not. If it's engaged, then development should be prevented or refused. If it's not engaged, it shouldn't be prevented or refused. That's what we need to discern.
On highways grounds.
For the purposes of your evidence, obviously not the landscape case. This is just talking about highways, and if we just drill down a bit more into the elements of 116 that you're actually relying on, it's got two bits to it, hasn't it? It's got firstly the question of an unacceptable impact on highway safety, and then there's an or, and the second part of it is or if the residual cumulative impacts on the network following mitigation would be severe.
Correct.
And just so the inspector's super clear, we're only talking, aren't we, on your case, about the second of those possibilities.
That is correct.
So there is no suggestion from you that development should be prevented or refused on highways grounds on account of, quote, any unacceptable impact on highway safety. That's not part of this case.
Correct.
Okay. Right then. So the question then becomes, that for your evidence, are the residual cumulative impacts on the road network following mitigation severe or not? That's the nub of it. Okay. Severity. It's a very high bar, isn't it? It means something a great deal more than, say, inconvenient or even congested, or even, as you were talking about earlier on, significant or whatever. And there are lots of these adjectives one could use. But wherever severity is on this spectrum, it's at the top. It's a very high bar that the government intended to impose here at 116, isn't it? That's why it's very rarely crossed. No doubt that's your experience too, as an experienced transport planner.
It does set a high bar.
Yeah. Okay. And what we're trying to do when the inspector comes to understand if a scheme's going to have severe impacts or not is to understand whether or not, this might sound a stupid thing to say, anyway, press on, would a scheme cause severe impacts or not? That's the question, isn't it?
It is the question, but in light of cumulative impacts.
Cumulative.
Which I think is important to
Yes, but in the end, if a scheme doesn't actually cause severe cumulative residual impacts on the network, if the scheme itself doesn't lead to those things, it can't be refused on the basis of severity. We are looking at what the scheme's contribution is to the end result.
I would agree, but it has to be taken in the context of other schemes coming forward, committed schemes, strategic schemes.
Yes, taking in the context of other things. All right then. All right. And we're told to consider severity in light of all reasonable future scenarios at the end of 116.
Yes.
That too is a defined term in the glossary of the framework at page 77. And we're told at the bottom of page 77 that means a range of realistic transport scenarios tested in agreement with the LPA and other relevant bodies, including statutory consultees. You see?
Yes.
And just so the inspector's absolutely clear, when we flip back to 116 of the framework, that is what was done here, isn't it? The scenarios were discussed and ultimately agreed with the relevant statutory consultee, i.e. Essex, for the purposes of doing the TA and then the TA addendum.
Trip generation methodology, sensitivity appraisal was agreed.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So, the question that you have to persuade the inspector of, as I understand your position, is that this scheme would cause, in cumulation with others, residual severe impacts on the network. And you do that, or you try to do that, with reference to, as I understand it, what you set out in your Appendix E. Let me just turn that up. And also, I don't think we might have that separately. And also, if we could also have handy, so sorry to have got more than one document, your Appendix C, but also the news, the today's or yesterday's statements of common ground document that are handed around this morning. Okay. Is it possible to get both of them at the same time?
I've
Got that.
This,
Thank you.
I've got this on
Perfect.
digital.
Thank you very much. So, just so we're absolutely clear on what the debate actually is from your perspective, paragraph 1.1 of the Statement of Common Ground first. As you've already confirmed today, there are no allegations of unacceptable impacts on highway safety. So we've talked about that, and that's that. But moving on, severity. Now, your allegations of severity are, we're told, at two locations. That's the Morrison's roundabout, which is the first one, and the second one is what we're calling the Spittal Road roundabout. Just to check, sir, would it help if I showed you exactly on a map which ones those are?
Oh, I know.
You know which ones those are. Fine. Okay. So there are, and just so we're absolutely clear about this, because I need to know when I'm asking Mr. Bancroft questions what the case is that's being made against us. There are allegations of severity from the council in respect of two locations, and these are they.
Yep.
That's correct. There are not allegations of severity that you've made in respect of other locations on the network.
Not specifically.
Okay. So we've got.
Can I have some clarity on that? Because that was something that was raised in chief. And I asked the question on it, and I
Yeah,
understood
that's
severity relates to what we will call the Morrison's roundabout.
That's the top one.
Yeah,
So
which is the Wick Hill one.
correct.
And while other effects were had on other junctions, I think the answer I got from Mr. Slack that those were significant but didn't reach severity.
Good question. So
That is correct.
okay. So do we need? That was why I was trying to get this Statement of Common Ground done yesterday to try and narrow this down. Is it correct that although the Statement of Common Ground suggests severity at the Spittal Road roundabout, this is the second bullet down on the. Should that really be deleted because there's no allegation of severity in respect of that roundabout?
I think we're referring to the high threshold that I have identified as an RFC of +1. I think that's a yes.
Just to be super clear, is it correct that, and I hope you don't mind me slightly over-labouring this, I just need to be absolutely 100% nailed down as to what the council's case is. There is no allegation of severity, is this right, with respect to the Spittal Road roundabout?
Yes, in that it would not, or the likelihood is it would not exceed an RFC of 1.
But you
I
don't
need
know
that
because you haven't modelled it, so you haven't checked.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so just you can obviously do it manually, so if you're happy to, you can amend the Statement of Common Ground in that way. Okay, so just to be, again, to round this off, the allegations of severity, the entirety of the case on 1160 and 116 turns on effects at the Morrison's roundabout on your approach. Okay. And on what the effects would be at the Morrison's roundabout, you set out your position at your Appendix E, which is the one I asked you to turn up just a minute ago. It starts at PDF 21 of your appendices.
Yes.
And obviously there's several pages of just check, Inspector, do you have that?
Yes, I've got
Thank you. There's several pages of modelling outputs that you produced. These are all about the Morrison's roundabout, but there's a summary of junction performance on the first page. And there are 4 tables in particular that in a sequence, just to make sure the inspector's got the ones that I'm talking about. The first one is baseline, the second one is future, year. That's the 2031. The third one is future year plus committed development at 2031. And that's the third one. And the fourth one is all of the above plus us, on the basis of all of your things that you've said in your evidence in chief. That's what you seek to put before the inspector. These are not our numbers; they're your numbers. But to the extent there's evidence from the council on severity, this is it basically. And so just so the inspector's really clear, the question he has to decide, this is right, you tell me, is the third of the tables is without us in. The fourth of the tables is with us in. Right? The question, that's correct. Isn't it?
Yes, that is
The
correct.
question is, would the difference between the third table and the fourth table conflict with national policy or not? Does it add up to a severe residual cumulative impact on the highways network?
I think it would in the sense.
No, I'm not asking you to answer the question. I'm just asking you to identify it. Have I identified the correct thing that the inspector needs to assess for himself?
Yes.
But we will come into whether it does or not. I just wanted to lay the groundwork. So really, although we didn't look at these tables in your evidence in chief, and you don't actually produce the third of the four tables in your proof of evidence at all, obviously in your appendices. But what's critical here is something that you've not taken us through at all yet. We're going to do it now. Don't worry about that. But you haven't yet. It's a comparative exercise between the third table and the fourth table, isn't it? Because it's only by even, putting aside all the stuff on whether we're in 004 or 005, what modal shifts it's going to be or not. There are many, there's a whole ragbag of things that you've taken us through in your evidence in chief. But actually what matters is, does moving from table 3 to table 4 on this page represent a severe step or not? That's correct. Okay, well, we're going to do it now then. Okay, I'll say now, we're going to do it soon. But that, I at least wanted to identify for the inspector what the critical thing he's got to decide is. And if it's severe, then the appeal should be dismissed. If he thinks it's not severe, then the appeal should not be dismissed on transport ground, that's for sure. Correct? Okay, well, we'll come back to Appendix E. Now, having set out what the sort of core thing the inspector needs to address himself to in due course, let's just go over briefly what everyone else has thought about this before you got involved. Everyone else. So the starting point is Essex. Essex, who are the relevant statutory consultee, aren't they?
That's correct.
And they've produced, haven't they, a statement of common ground with us. That's a core document S3.
They have.
Could you just turn that up? No.
S3.
So, I think it's S3. Let me know when you're right.
All right.
No. There's
Well,
no rush.
I've-
I'm saying, give me a nudge when you've found it.
Downloaded everything and it's
No,
just,
don't
it's just alerting me to that. So it should- Yes, I have.
Right then, just to whiz through, I know you've read it and we've all read it, but I just want to whiz through some of the key things that are relevant to the things that you're telling the inspector today, because it's obviously contrary to the position that Essex take. So section 1 is the introduction. Goes through all the background and notes at 1.4 that the position reached by Malden is contrary to the position reached by Essex. I mean, it might be stating the obvious, but that's the starting point, isn't it? Section 2 begins with an assessment of the overall access strategy. We've not spent much time on that 'cause it's not something that's between us, but it just notes on page 2 that is all agreed with Essex. Section 3 is highway capacity. Section 3. Page 3, page 3 is highway capacity. And it might just be a helpful reference for the inspector because it summarises in a few bullet points on page 3 over into page 4 what Essex asked us to do and what was done, and how all of the things you were going over in your chief are all set out here, because obviously it was all done in discussion with Essex. And it goes over what the different scenarios are on page 3, on page 4, etc. And at 2.20, it notes the agreement that the levels of traffic that would be generated by the scheme don't conflict with local or national policy, including 116, the severity threshold. Right.
That's what it says.
Nursery trips, I think we can skip over that now, given what you've said in your evidence in chief. And then there's also a section on page 5, sustainable transport connections. And we go through walking, cycling, public transport, etc. We will go through some of these in more detail. This is just to identify for the inspector what Essex have to say. And on page 6, 2.26 and 27, Essex agree that the site, when you have regard to active mode infrastructure upgrades and bus contributions, is, Essex thinks, sustainably located from a transport perspective, a range of options that allow people to travel other than by means of a private car, sustainable transport connections, lists all the policies, etc. So far as Essex are concerned, not only would there be no severe residual cumulative impacts on the highways network, but this is a sustainably located site.
Position.
They also support among other things, what the bus contribution is. Obviously, it's a support to a request that came from them in the first bullet point of 2.28. 3.1 notes no matters of dispute, and the final page where the signatures are on page 8 summarises at 4.2, page 8, basically what I've just said, which is that a summary of Essex's position so far as relevant to the inspector. Okay. That's what Essex. Now you're not them, you're not acting for them, but you are an experienced transport planner.
Yes.
So how much weight do you think the inspector should give to the views of the Statutory Highways Authority?
I think it's an absolute material consideration.
Wasn't the question. We all know it's material. That's why I've just spent 10 minutes on it. How much weight? Because normally, as I said in my opening, no, you weren't actually. I said in my opening that normally the law would expect, a decision maker with a response from a statutory consultant giving, specific, bespoke advice on something they've had real involvement with. You'd expect them to get considerable weight, great weight. You'd require compelling reasons to depart from them, that kind of thing. So my question to you is, as an experienced transport planner, how much weight do you think that our inspector should give Essex's considered view set out in this statement of common ground?
I think it should be given moderate weight.
Moderate. Why's that?
Because Essex County Council failed to pick up some of the, deficiencies, inconsistencies within the model approach.
Right. It's moderate because they haven't taken the approach that you've taken. Moderate because they agree with us.
Moderate in that they've scrutinised to an extent, but perhaps not to an extent.
Scrutinised to the extent that a TAA was required. I mean, they looked at the TA in enough detail that led to the necessity to do another TA, the TAA.
But they failed to pick up the fact that calibration overestimated junction performance.
Calibrate. Okay. So the reason you're saying moderate, just to drill down, rather than you'd normally presumably be saying significant weight, would you? Considerable. So we're downgrading it today on the basis of they didn't agree with or pick up on, you say, or pick up or agree with your point about calibration. All right, so we'll come back to that one. Were it not for the point about calibration, you'd be saying to the inspector, yeah, great weight or considerable weight or whatever. Okay. Righto. Similar story with Active Travel England, who, as you know, if we just take out their response briefly, it's called document D41.
Yes, have it open.
Sorry, yeah, I mean, cut a long story short, obviously it's all here, but they, Active Travel England recommend, obviously they're not relevant so far as highways modelling goes, but they are relevant, aren't they, so far as location sustainability goes, prioritising sustainable modes and all of that stuff, aren't they? And they recommend that the scheme should be approved subject to the conditions that they suggest.
That's correct.
So, same question. ATE, they're recommending approval. The relevant, as you say, for location and sustainability for the inspector. Normally, as you've suggested, we'd be giving the views of the statutory consultee, commenting on their matter of expertise, great weight or considerable weight or something like that. So, as an experienced transport planner, how much weight does ATE's support for the scheme get, in your opinion?
I would also say moderate, but great.
Moderate what, sorry?
Sorry, moderate consideration.
Why only moderate?
Why only moderate? Well, first of all, they've obviously reviewed the drawings and the correspondence, but the assessments that Active Travel England undertake are desktop-based, so they haven't sort of experienced the local walking and cycling network firsthand, gradient issues, etc.
Right. Where have you got that from then? Do you know what work ATE did before they received their response?
It's their standard practice is to sort of review
Yeah.
documents rather than they're not going to be walking the site
You don't-
in the same
do you?
way that Essex County Council.
You're saying you'd never give ATE's response more than moderate?
No, I wouldn't necessarily say that, but it's based on a desktop approach rather than an actual.
Firstly,
site-visit approach.
just to give me a straight answer, you don't know what they did in this case. You don't know whether they visited the site or not, do you?
I can't say for certain.
No. No. But nonetheless, even though you have no idea whether they visited the site or not, you suggest that our inspector should only give moderate weight to a relevant statutory consultee expressing a view on matters within their competence.
Their typical method is a desktop.
All right. Okay. So it's a shame, I suppose. And Essex only get moderate and AT only get moderate so far. On the basis of the calibration point, I guess we'll come back to, and the fact that you don't know whether AT visited site or not. Okay. And then the case officer at your client authority, the case officer thought, if you just turn up the officer's report, it's called document C8.
Yeah.
At I don't know where the PDF pages are these. PDF 10.
Page is that?
Page 22.
Yes.
We're told by the case officer that at 3.2.2 that taking into account the accessibility to Malden town together with access to public transport, the site's in a sustainable location, the site could be made accessible to the main town. See? Here I'm reading from.
Which paragraph?
I'm so sorry. 3.2.2.
Yes, let me see that.
they're obviously, from your perspective, wrong as well as AT and Essex. But I suppose my first question is: has anything material changed since this committee report was written, so far as our site's accessibility into Malden?
I think there's also reference within this committee report where they reference the site as not currently being sustainable.
Okay.
Perhaps
I'm sure you're doing your best to answer my question, but if you could try moving forwards to preface your answers with a direct yes or no, and then qualify them as much as you'd like. And obviously, if you want to go to other paragraphs in the officer's report, then there's a few more I want to go through as well. So no problem doing that at all. But the problem is, unless you do begin your answers with an answer to the question, it'll mean that I've got to keep asking them again and again and again. Shouldn't be any need to. So let's just start at the beginning and then we'll move through it together. So 3.2.2, we've read out what it says. My first question about what it says is, has anything material changed in your opinion since the officer wrote this in December of last year, so far as accessibility into Malden goes from our site? And my second question is, how much weight do you ask the inspector to give this perspective of a professional officer of your client authority when it comes to locational sustainability?
I'd say considerable.
Thank you. And then moving down to a more detailed analysis of highways, that's from page, its bottom is page 43, it's PDF 31. Say bottom. At the bottom of the page it says page 43, it's PDF 31.
Yes.
There's a section 5.9.
Yeah.
And it begins access, parking and highway safety. Won't go through it in lots of detail, but it summarises over the course of several pages what the position is on access, you turn to a couple of pages on to 5.9.8, talks about the bus contribution. 5.9.9 talks about the safety of the access strategy. There's a heading highway capacity from 5.9.11, and at 5.9.12 it said that I'm jumping it's too much to read it all out. 5.9.12 says, in the absence of an objection from the highway authority, officers don't consider a reason for refusal on highway safety could be substantiated. Listen. I suppose same question. How much weight should our inspector give to the conclusion of the case officer of your client authority on the question of whether there's a valid highways objection?
I would say considerable based on the objection, but in the context of my previous comments.
All righty. So we've got Essex, we've got ATE, we've got the case officer. But there's more actually. There's more to help us outside your position on whether this is likely to be an acceptable scheme in highways terms or not. And one of the things that helps us is the local plan. The local plan itself, the still adopted local plan, is at core document J1. Thank you. And if you could turn in it to we start with the key diagram actually. You might need to rotate a page for this, but page 20, I don't know whether is PDF pages easier or is the paginated pages
for me, but I don't know
shall I do both?
Yeah.
Okay, PDF 27, paginated 23. You've got the key diagram, which you either need to flip your head over or try and rotate the page. We can. Have you got it easier than flipping your head around? Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
You can see. I mean, I know it's an obvious thing to say that the starting point is. We'll hear more about this maybe in the planning evidence next week, but we can see in the pink hatchings where the proposed garden suburb strategic allocations were. We can see where in the grey wash where the major, what are called major settlements are, etc. Can you see where I am? Okay. We are, aren't we, on the edge of the most significant settlement in this district?
Yes, I believe it's a tier 1.
It's the tier 1 sub. I mean, it's. I appreciate Burnham. We've got Burnham on Crouch. We've got Haybridge, but Malden is the premier settlement in the area, and you can see even from this plan. I know it's a very high level plan. You can see you can work out where our site is. We are on the edge of the most sustainable part of the district. And we get more about this if you just turn into the plan a bit further. Paragraph 2.53 in the plan is on PDF 36.
.53.
That's right. There's a heading housing. 2.50. Have you got that? And we're told that one of the key purposes of this plan is to put in a delivery framework for new housing in the most appropriate locations. The Malden and Haybridge area has been chosen to be the major focus for development. Why? Because it is the most sustainable area in the district in terms of access to employment, retail provision, community facilities, and one of the most accessible for access to the strategic road network, public transport provision. That's what the plan says. And this is the area that we're in. So the inspector can record as an agreed proposition, can't he, that we are in not just a sustainable area, we're in the most sustainable area in this district.
Correct.
And it's not just the local plan that thinks that, or indeed Essex who think that, or ATE who think that, or the case officer who thinks that. It's also other planning inspectors think that too. Could you turn up the appeal decision next door? It's called document Q27.
Yep.
It's a decision of Inspector Victory. Great surname. Have you got that one?
I do.
Dated June of 2018. This is an appeal that was allowed at Malden Hall Farm. Can I just check, Inspector? Are you familiar, or would it help for me to show you where exactly this appeal is, or as in where the site is at this point?
It's Malden Hall Farm. Well, we saw it yesterday.
It's literally to the south of.
We were there yesterday.
So it's as you know. Do you also are you also familiar with it? So it's
Yes.
literally next to the appeal site to the south. Basically. So it's on the boundary of the appeal site, on the southern boundary of the appeal site, just so we're all oriented. Different sort of scheme. And we don't really need to go into much of it on character and appearance and all that stuff. But what I would like you to just pick up on is paragraphs 10 and 11 of this decision from the inspector, where the inspector said that at 10, the Malden Hall Farm complex, short distance from the A414 that we know about, around a mile from the town centre along the Spittal Road, the A414. It's outside the defined settlement, but it's not remote from shops or services. Large supermarket and business park, 15 minutes walk to the south, regular bus services to and from Malden, with connecting services to nearby towns and villages are available, bus stops on Spittal Road, etc. I therefore conclude, the inspector says at 11, that future occupiers of this scheme would have satisfactory access to shops, services, choice of modes of transport other than the private car, and the development would accord with the expectations of the NPPF. See?
Yep.
Now, that was a 2018 decision. So here's my question then, that we need to bring these conclusions up to date. Has anything material changed since this appeal decision was issued to make this area less sustainable than it is at the minute? Sorry, to make this area less sustainable than it was at the time.
Not that I'm aware of.
So there's no reason, therefore, for our inspector to depart from, no reason you suggest, we obviously completely endorse these findings, it's completely consistent with our evidence and what's in the local plan and what Essex say and what ATE says and what the case officer says, but there's no reason, is there, for our inspector to take a different approach, so far as you're concerned, to Inspector Victory?
I think one thing to be mindful of is this scheme involves 3 houses.
Yeah, no, that's what, I'm not asking you about the landscape impact or the scale of the scheme, because they're different. I'm asking you about the location, whether the location it has satisfactory access to stuff, whether it's a sustainable location, whether you can get into Malden or to
Correct.
on the bus or to the shop, or that's where I'm coming from. And so you've confirmed that nothing material's got worse since this decision. And so my question is it right, therefore, that you're not, are you, offering any reasons for our inspector to take a different view on any of the things at paragraph 10 or paragraph 11?
As I just mentioned, I think we need to be mindful of the scale of the development.
But-
210.
As a location, so
As a location,
okay, so when the inspector comes to describe the location, you'd be perfectly happy with him using, in his own words obviously, but adopting the conclusion set out at 10 and 11. And overall, if we just turn to the overall statement of common ground, that's at core document S1. Because yeah. Thank you. It's not just the case officer. It's not just the local plan or the planning inspector or Essex or ATE. It's also your client, even now. It's the first thing is the healer exercise, which is recorded in this document on page 12.
which paragraph is that?
3.25 records what your own client's findings were in respect of this particular site, where it is said, I mean, it's obviously some of the stuff doesn't relate to some of it's about heritage and landscape and that sort of thing. But it is said that a safe pavement access can be created to the services and facilities of the town, and these can be accessed by walking. You see, development of the site would be suitable. It's located adjacent to the existing settlement. Safe access can be created to the services and facilities of the town. That was 2022. So nothing material has changed since the healer to make our site less sustainable now than it was then. And we agree in this statement of common ground, if you turn on to section 7, sorry, page 22. There's a heading, agreed matters, at the top. Thank you. And if you just turn onto page 23, there's hopefully a heading halfway down, sustainable development location. And we're told that the town of Malden is one of the main population centres in Malden, and it is a sustainable location in the district, one of the main settlements in the plan. And we're told it cites the committee report, and it says, quote, the site lies in one of the most sustainable areas in the district, and that you and me have agreed already. That's true, and it goes on to explain why. Existing facilities, schools, and I won't read it all out. The inspector can read it, and no doubt's experienced some of it as he's walked around. This site is, isn't it, agreed to be within Not just any old sustainable location, but one of the very most sustainable locations that Malden has, Malden as a district has.
Are we referring to the appeal site? Or
Yeah, we are. That's what this is all about. Look, the town of Malden is one of the main population centres in Malden, and it says the final sentence I read out, sorry. The site lies in one of the most, I'm reading from the end of 7.16, so I keep jumping around. The site lies in one of the most sustainable areas in the district. And by the district, we know what we're looking at, the key diagram that shows Malden as a district. It's confusing, of course, because we've got the town and the district have the same name. This appeal site has been confirmed like 8 or 9 times by statutory consultees, case officers, local plan, healer exercise, and indeed now statement of common ground by your council to be in one of the most sustainable areas within the district.
Yes.
And even it is said at 7.12, a few paragraphs up, it is said, same page,
Yeah.
that the principle of residential development here is acceptable, subject to compliance with the reason for refusal policies. Obviously something planners are going to have to get into next week. The principle of residential development is acceptable to your council, subject to compliance with those policies, right? Which means, if that is so, it must be the case that if whether this is a site that's sustainable at the moment, so we think it is, it must be the case that this is a site that's capable of being made sustainable through a development proposal. Or else the principle of residential development would be unacceptable, but we know it's acceptable.
Yes, in the context of impact.
So, we're not impact.
Well,
I don't know what that means.
We can refer to the appeal decision, 27 that refers to 2 dwellings versus 2 the levels of impact.
No. Read it again. It's not any old development. 7.12, the principle of the residential development is acceptable.
Yes,
This is,
no, that is an agreement. Yeah.
so we know, don't we? It really does follow as a matter of agreement. I mean, it's not surprising, because let's just stop dancing around beating around the bush. We are in the most sustainable part of this whole district. It's not surprising when you can walk from where we are now to the appeal site, when you are sustainably located into a range of services and facilities, that this would be a sustainable location, as the case officer thought it was, and as Essex think it is. But actually, we can agree, can't we, regardless of whether it's sustainable now, we can agree that this is a appeal site that is capable of being made sustainable within the meaning of national policy. If that's right, 110, as we've looked at already, is passed, because it's about sites that either can be, or that either are or can be made sustainable, as we've talked about.
I think it could, to the extent, but again, I think it.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to actually answer with an answer and not with a could to an extent. Like, so all of these are yes or no questions, then you can qualify as much as you like, but you can't not answer. You've actually got to answer. It's quite important because, you know, your members chose to go against a specific case officer recommendation that this is a highly locationally sustainable site. They said, well, we don't think it is. And they've instructed you, and you've presented a case, and you've tried to say it's not. But in fact, we actually agree that it is. We agree that this is one of the most sustainable places in all of the district, that all the things that the healer says are basically right, that what the local plan says is right, that the principle of residential development is acceptable, and that means, it's got to mean, that regardless of whether you think it's a sustainable site now, it's certainly a site that's capable of being made sustainable through the provision of development. All that you've agreed.
Yeah.
And if that is so, it must mean that 110 is met, because we've agreed right at the beginning of my questions, that's what 110 is all about. Finding sites that either are or can be made sustainable.
Yes.
Right then. Okay. Yes, there's not much more to say about location sustainability. Let's have a look at what the reasons for refusal actually were that you're trying to defend. Take them from, they might even be in here. They aren't following here. Reasons. You can take them from the council's statement of case, that'd be one place, that's the decision notice as well. The council statement of case is at PDF, sorry, core document F2. Thank you very much. If you turn in it to PDF 14, page 12, PDF 14. Should have hopefully a heading reason for refusal to. You got it. Okay. Lots of words, but, and this is the one, just to be clear, this is the one that you've been instructed to defend, essentially. Right. Lots of words, but only a few actual locations, and it's the locations that I just want to sort of clear away, so that we're all clear on what it is that you're actually seeking to say. 3 lines down, there's a reference to free flow of vehicular traffic on the A414. See? In fact, I think the A414 is only relevant to your evidence on severity to the extent the A414 meets the Morrison roundabout, which it does.
That is correct.
So really, it's the Morrison's roundabout reference, which is 9 lines down or so. Cumulative impacts on the Morrison's roundabout. That's the reason for refusal that you're focusing on.
Correct.
Local distributor roads. You don't present any evidence on them.
Well, I think, again, referring to the severe threshold, junctions are in fact the bottleneck rather than
Again,
I think we can, yes.
Again, I appreciate you got to an answer in the end. If you could try and remember to I know it's not always a natural way of speaking, but try and answer the question directly and then qualify.
Mm-hmm.
So, in fact, you don't give any evidence on severity relating to local distributor roads.
That's correct.
And in fact, you don't give any evidence on severity relating to Market Hill.
Correct.
And in fact, you don't really give any evidence on severity relating to the free flow of traffic on the A414. So, and there are no other locations for the traffic impacts identified in the reason for refusal. I think there are 4 locations, one of which you present evidence about, 3 of which you basically don't. And that's because, in your judgment, those 3 other components of the reason for refusal are not defensible.
Correct in the sense of the severe.
Okay. When did you reach the view that those 3 out of 4 components of the reason for refusal were not defensible?
Following a review of the various documentation, looking at the junction modelling outputs.
When did you tell your client that you didn't think that 3 out of 4 of the elements of the reason for refusal could be defended at the appeal?
It was a case of
When?
following a review of the relevant.
Was it before or after you put in your proof? So you ever actually say to them, look, we've got this reason for refusal. Members have alleged all sorts of stuff.
Let him answer.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I didn't realise you. Sorry, I was trying to clarify.
That's okay. Yes, it was a case. It would have been around the time or just before substantive proofs that the effects of critical junctions were.
That's not my question exactly. Did you ever actually tell your client, look, we've got a reason for refusal, it's got all this stuff in it, including stuff about highway crossing infrastructure leading to queuing and excessive traffic generation, local distributor roads, got this stuff about Market Hill in it, free flow of traffic on the A414. Sorry guys, I can't do that stuff because I don't support it. Morrison's roundabout, I can give you some evidence on that. All the other things I can't do.
Well, I have to say it was necessary to assess crossings, which which formed that assessment formed stand costs with evidence to assess the junctions, the signalised crossing, pedestrian crossing junctions of this roundabout.
Alright. Is that an answer? I suppose last go, and then I'll just move on, because obviously this could be something that we have to come back to later on in the inquiry. Have you ever actually, in terms, told your client, sorry, the majority of what's in reason for refusal to, I can't provide you any evidence on because I don't support it?
I would point out, actually, technically speaking, it isn't a reason for refusal because the appeal was lodged.
Putative reasons for refusal. Sorry, yeah, it's quite right. Quite right. I should have said putative reasons for refusal. But nonetheless. All right. Is there anything in the reason for refusal that relates to locational sustainability?
Not in
Putative reason for refusal.
there is nothing specific in reason for refusal to on locational sustainability.
So, to the extent that you've been adducing evidence at this inquiry, although we've basically agreed it now earlier, but anyway, to the extent that you've been talking about locational sustainability and all that sort of thing, it's all outside what the reason for refusal that you were asked to consider.
Yes, however, sustainability of the site is intrinsically linked to the refusal to.
All right, thank you. No. Let me ask you about a few elements of the things that you actually say in your proof of evidence. I don't want to go over things that are no longer really between us, and we are getting, as I say, closer and closer. So I don't want to waste inquiry time, but I'll try and focus in on things that are important. You've got a few pages on the connectivity tool. That's from page in your proof. Sorry, this is your proof of evidence. Sorry, you tell me when you're there. So I'm so
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah,
But have you got
sure.
that, Inspector, as well? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Proof of evidence.
Sorry.
It's from 3.3 onwards. There's a section on the connectivity tool.
You got a PDF.
I do. It is 19. Wait till everybody's there. Has everyone got that? And you've got a couple of pages on this. You didn't mention it in your chief. I wondered why. Doesn't it, what it show? I mean, it may be because what we'd agreed, which is that we're in one of the most sustainable locations in all of the district, which we see, don't we, if we just turn on your figure 3.4 a couple of pages on. You see, that's the connectivity map for the district of Malden. We're in the sort of greeny bit on the edge of Malden.
Yes, that is the case in the context of the Malden.
Yeah, so if Malden's going to put anything anywhere, you want to avoid the purple bits, the blue bits, I'm colourblind, so this gets quite difficult for me, but you know what I mean. The bits where, I mean, all of it really, all of it, other than where we are, and maybe the edge of Burnham on Crouch. I mean, if you were trying to take a vision-led approach, you know, as the transport planners call it, to putting development in locations that either are or can be made sustainable, and you were led by the connectivity tool, you'd be drawn to where we are.
You'd be drawn to the major.
What on earth are we arguing about? I mean, it's maybe a rhetorical question, but I mean, doesn't this analysis just support the scheme? It shows that we are, if Malden's going to grow at all, and of course it might not, and members may have their own views on whether it should, but if it is to grow at all, this is one of the locations that the connectivity tool would support.
I think it identifies, yes, it identifies the existing accessibility, and also provides base case.
Thank you. Right. That's that. Do you have questions on the from a couple of pages on from PDF 23? You've got a section on active travel modes, and you set out, as you were asked about in chief, your you've done your audit score where you change the scores for some of the walks to different things. It's to say on PDF 24. What I'd prefer to do, in a similar way to Mr. Grant did, is I'll refer you, sir, to our rebuttal on it. We have rebutted on this bit in some detail, and I'll give you the reference to it. And then really, sir, it's not to put more on your shoulders than you've already got, but there's going to be no substitute having walked these for you to just. A lot of these you've actually walked already because you've explained that you have. And so the main thing really is just for you to walk around and see whether you think it's acceptable or not, and obviously you have your own views on it. I think describing particular walks, and this is not a criticism of your evidence, it's because we've done it too. Describing walks is something that is helpful to do maybe on paper, but really there's no match for the experience of actually just doing it. So I'm happy, if you like, to leave it in the inspector's hands, but I'll just give you, sir, the reference in our rebuttal to where we come back on walking accessibility to local settings. It's from page 8 of Mr. Bancroft's rebuttal. He sets out his position on the detail and indeed the fluent analysis and all of that stuff. But really, what the appellant is asking you to do is just walk around, walk from the appeal site into town and back again. Okay.
And that's the rebuttal of that
Mr.
particular
Bancroft.
table, 3.4.5.
Correct.
Okay.
It is worth noting, isn't it? Just one thing to make sure that we agree on. One of the routes that you say is less acceptable than we think is the it's the walk along to the hospital up Spittal Road. It's the walk the inspector I think is basically done from the appeal site up Spittal Road back towards town.
Correct.
And there's a difference of scoring on that. And I think that's the only one where the difference of scoring actually leads to a different colour on the analysis of the sort of traffic light analysis. That route, isn't it, is a primary walking route in Essex's LC width. And that's relevant to the inspector when he's deciding whether or not it's an appropriate walking route or not. The fact that the Highways Authority identify it as not just any old route, but a primary walking route in the whole area. Okay. In your proof, after you've done that in your proof, you have a section on accessibility to public transport nodes. This is from page 20, PDF 25 of your proof. 3.5 and onwards.
Yes.
Sure everyone's got that. Talk about train stations, and talk about bus services after that, and you in particular set out a map on the next page of the 31 ones past the side. 31 bus, long story short, is a half-hourly service, and it takes in, as your map shows, Malden city centre. If people want to get the bus rather than walk, they can do that. Past our site, and it takes you into Chelmsford, as your map shows,
That is
including the train station at Chelmsford,
I think it goes to the bus station.
from which there are regular train services into
Within a walk.
central London. So, truth be told, I appreciate it's not every 10 minutes, it's every half an hour. But for a settlement or for a district, certainly like Malden, a half-hourly bus service is pretty good.
It's described as low frequency, but
Come on,
it's,
I mean, for a district like this, a half-hourly bus service, Monday to Friday, is very good. It would be a genuine choice for people.
yeah, it's reasonable in the context of
So it's you would describe it as a reasonable service. That's the word that you would use.
reasonable service.
Actually use.
Yes, to some extent.
Well, that's all, to some extent, it's fine by me. Oh, the truth is, isn't it, that the 31, given not just its frequency and its regularity, but where it goes, where it takes you to, would genuinely represent a choice. Not for everybody, not for every service, but for some people, either commuting or accessing services and facilities, the 31 is actually a real choice.
Yeah, particularly between those destinations.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, that's that on the 31. And we'd be providing a new bus stop in relation to it and a crossing to get people onto the other side of the road from which they can get there.
That is
South Stand
that
stops.
is correct in terms of trying to reduce the distance from the occupants of the site.
Okay. All right then. And we've agreed, haven't we, now that I think 97% of the homes are going to, or the developable area, fall into an 800-metre distance of the nearest bus stop. Okay. You've got a section on the nursery, but I'll pass over that. That's at page PDF 29 and 30. There's a bit on the nursery, but we're not arguing about that anymore, as I understand it. And I think beyond that, the next sort of core part of your evidence relates to highways impact assessment, because that's where it all goes, I think. Which is to say, the Morrison's roundabout and the severity of impacts on that roundabout. So are all this stuff on which how you derive trip rates, how you derive modal share, it takes you to, in the end, modelled outputs on the performance of that junction. So let's just talk about that where we started, really. And it's with your Appendix E.
I wonder, Mr. Simons, I mean, we're coming up to 1:45. I wonder, is this an appropriate time to break for lunch?
Yeah, absolutely. So let me just check one thing. Could I maybe have a go at 50?
Just
I maybe
coming
do
on to
another
modelling,
15?
that's the second half of your question.
Not really. It's almost. We're pretty close to the end, actually.
Oh, right. Okay.
Because so maybe can I try and go till 1 and just see where we are? I appreciate what you're saying. That I know why you. I can see why you'd say that sort of thing. But actually, what we're agreeing is, I think what we've just agreed is that all of the kind of mini points about whether it's 004 or 005 and all the different things that we've been over, really in the end turn into a debate about one thing.
All right.
And it's the thing that I'd see if I can do in 15 minutes, and if I can't, I'll see the break. If that's okay. And the one thing is Appendix E of your proof of evidence. We've agreed already. Just turn back. If you could all turn back to that. So sorry. Appendix E. We've seen it already. We've seen the front page of it already, and we've agreed already that the question for the inspector turns on the difference between Table 3 and Table 4, and whether or not we get to severity on account of adding in our scheme. Now, just a bit. Can I just check how familiar? We'll just take a moment to look at these. The AM and PM. AM's on the left, PM's on the right. There are the 4 limbs of the junction are set out. You can see, sir, if you just flip onto the next page, what those limbs actually are. See them diagrammatically explained for Morrison's roundabout. On the next page, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's just what we're talking about. And the different columns relate to AM. There's Q, there's delay, and there's RFC. And then for AM. Q, delay, and RFC for PM, with development, without development. So it enables the inspector to undertake a sort of comparative exercise, summarising what we can all see, but just so that we're on the same page, right? Right? Have I explained all of that correctly? Yes. Okay, so RFC, the theoretical capacity of theoretical model capacity of the junction. The differences in RFC at the Morrison's roundabout by adding in our scheme are absolutely minuscule. They're less than, even at worst, I'm trying to work out which one the worst is, it's like 0.03 on junction 1 in the AM, but mostly it's 0 or even less, 0.02. We're talking about absolutely unnoticeable impacts when it comes to RFC, which in any event is a theoretical measure of capacity. Right?
That is correct. However, I think it's important to stress that whilst the RFC may be a very minor proportional increase, it has to be looked at in the context of a very congested network. If we look towards, as you have set out in supplementary statement, common ground, the actual delays
We'll get to them.
are not.
We're going to get
not
to
in
delays.
suspension.
Well, we'll come to that.
Okay.
But just focusing on the different things that you've actually set out.
Yeah.
RFC, you'd agree then, would you? That if we were to just focus on RFCs, I'm not suggesting that we should, because we need to talk about delays, but just focusing on RFCs, there's so little in it that there's no way the inspector could say that we fail 116 just on the basis of the RFC implications. 0.0, 0.02 or 3 at worst.
Purely on the difference, I would say yes. However, we have to note that the RFC is above 1, which is the critical.
It's already above 1 without us.
Well, that's more the reason why a small proportion of difference has to be
Have you suggested in your evidence in chief that, for the first time I should say, 'cause it's not in your proof, that any RFC finding of over 1 equates to a severe impact under national policy?
It's,
What you said.
yes, it's a recognised threshold. I didn't say against national policy.
You said severe. You were asked by my learned friend, what does severe mean for you, or words to that effect, and you said it means an RFC of 1 or more.
I referred to a benchmark of 0.85 being experience of congestion, and severe be taken as
Exactly what I just said. So we agree, that's what you
Okay.
said. In fact, firstly, have you got any support anywhere in guidance, policy, inspectors' decisions, Secretary of State decisions for the suggestion that you've made today that an RFC of 1 or more should be taken to equate to severe?
not specific.
No. Forget about specifically. How about vaguely? Have you got anything at all? Because it is. I'm not being glib. It really is important for us to understand Is it really your? I mean, it's just your opinion. Could we record it as being your opinion, not supported by any appeal decisions, government guidance, or policy of any sort?
It's professional judgment based on case-by-case basis.
No, it's not a case by case. You were asked, what does severe mean to you? And you said, and you just repeated, it means one or more. RFC. And that's a proposition. It's not a proposition that's case by case. It's a proposition of general application. I'm asking you, because I really need to understand it. Obviously, we would have asked you sooner if you put it in your proof. It's what your professional judgment is. So you say, okay, fine. What's it based on? Is it based on guidance, inspector's decisions, Secretary of State decisions, or judgments? No, is the answer.
No, it's based on professional.
If it turns out that approach that you take of one or more equating to severe, if it turns out that's the wrong approach, then the inspector can't rely on what you're saying about severity.
I think the problem,
Hang on, you can have to try and answer.
I would say no, because the problem we have is we don't we don't define what severe is. And if it's a defined junction operating above capacity is not to define it as severe, then it becomes very unclear as to where severe would ever.
Not my question. My question is you've explained what you think, which is over one is severe. That's what you think, right? I'm not at the moment challenging that. I'm just trying to establish what you're actually saying. You're saying over one is severe. You've said, I've not got any backup for that proposition from guidance, policy, Secretary of State decisions, or inspector decisions, which makes it difficult for me to test. But what I'm suggesting to you is, okay, that's your position. If your position on that is wrong, which is to say, if there are, examples where RFCs of well over one are considered to be non-severe, then you're in trouble, because that's the basis of your approach.
So I would agree.
Okay. Well, so we'll come back to that then. But anyway, is it your position that if the table 3 on this appendix is showing RFCs of over one without our scheme, that any addition to the RFCs of over one must necessarily be severe, however small the impact? To try and put another way, if instead of it being 0.02 change, we were resulting in a 0.01 change or a 0.001 change, would it necessarily be severe?
Yes, based on the modelling analysis, it points to a lack of operational capacity, however much development is.
That being so, it would be impossible for any scheme to come forward that had even the most marginal impact in 2031.
Without offering mitigation, highway improvement mitigation.
Takes us to a pretty ridiculous state of affairs, doesn't it? You're not just saying that we wouldn't be okay, you're saying that a scheme of a tenth of the size would also, even if it was a 0.0001 increase in RFC, you'd be sitting here telling the inspector, yeah, it's severe.
I think potentially yes, however, obviously the scale of development would be proportional and would have a proportional impact more easily.
Yeah, I don't think that's the answer. The answer is you'd be saying it's severe because anything over one is severe as far as you're concerned. Okay. So another bit is, I appreciate the time, just there's not much more to say really, which is that you are suggesting to the inspector that an RFC increase of 0.02 or 3 at worst, these obviously aren't our figures, these are your figures, I don't accept these. This is your approach. You're saying to the inspector, because it's over 1 in the first place, and you're adding 0.02 or 0.03 to it, it must necessarily be severe in the end.
No, I wouldn't say that. I think we did refer to the use of delay as being more.
We're coming to delay.
useful metric.
Okay, so should he not be? You're saying delay is a more useful metric, but you were the one who defined severity with reference to RFC.
Not disputing that, but I think where we're comparing table 3 with table 4, I think a more useful metric in this instance is.
And when it comes to delay, the differences are for when it comes to delay, the differences are, obviously the inspector can have a proper look, but just to sort of summarise it, for limb 1, in the morning, these are all your numbers, you don't accept them, but on your numbers, we're talking about an extra delay of 34 seconds in the morning and an extra delay of 49.8 seconds in the afternoon.
Yep.
And I'm obviously just comparing the numbers, just the inspector's note. For limb 2, there's barely anything. I mean, it's nothing really. Limb 2, there's a second or something or less. Limb 2. Limb 3, the differences are 54.7 seconds in the morning and under a second in the afternoon. And have I got that right? Yeah, I think so. And limb 4, no, sorry, I could have just taken, there's a table that does all of this in the statement coming round. I'd do it all myself, but that's before I had the statement coming round. Oh, sorry, all those numbers, I'm so sorry, so all those numbers are now set out in the statement of common ground, but they're basically what I've just been, it's helpful maybe for you to inspect to see where they're from. Anyway, so that's it. We're talking about most of the limbs have no impact whatsoever. And the worst one, or the worst sort of change, if you like, that your numbers suggest is 50 odd seconds in the afternoon at limb 1 and 54 seconds, 54.7 seconds in the morning at limb 3. That's what it boils down to. The question then for our inspector, you know, slice it how you want. I mean, you'll see our numbers are actually kind of similar. We're showing a 30-second delay in the morning and that kind of thing. I mean, it's not, for all the differences between us, in the end, the suggested delays are actually very similar. The question for the inspector is, okay, in the context of someone who is making a journey of 10 minutes or 15 minutes or half an hour or whatever, is another 30 seconds around the Morrison's roundabout, or 45 seconds, or 50 seconds. Is that not just inconvenient? Is that not just significant, but is that severe? That's what he's got to answer. Right. And here's my question. Do you have any example to show us where an inspector, another inspector, or the Secretary of State has found that the severity threshold is passed, where we're talking about junction times, delays going up by well under a minute?
Not currently.
Because we've never come across one. And I mean, so it's not about being to hand. Have you ever come across a finding like that before? You've said you've got 20 plus years of experience as a transport planner. Have you ever seen a Secretary of State decision or an inspector decision actually go along with the idea that 30-second delay on a single junction, or indeed a 50-second delay on a single junction, isn't just inconvenient, but is severe? You seen that before?
I've certainly seen reference to unacceptable impact on the local highway network with regards to delay.
Me too, but I've seen unacceptable highways impacts with reference to delay when we're talking about many minutes over many junctions. I'm talking about a single junction where there's a purported delay on your figures of between 0 and 30 to 50 seconds at worst over the course of an entire journey. Have you ever come across, in your experience, an inspector who's gone along with that idea before, or a Secretary of State decision?
No, I haven't got a specific likewise.
From your perspective, this would be a first. This would be a groundbreaking decision where an inspector takes a single junction in the area, says, right, I'm being told by the council, not with the Highways Authority support, there's a 30-second delay in the morning or a 50-second delay in the afternoon. I'm being told this is to be severe, and I'm going to go along with that. So far as you're concerned, this would be the first time that's ever happened.
No, I think
At an
that
inspectorate level.
I think that would essentially ignores the wider network. Whilst we
The what? No. Not the what? No, that we spent ages at the beginning of the cross-examination clarifying the areas where you are alleging severity. It's only at the Morrison's roundabout. Remember, the inspector even asked you, what about the second roundabout in the statement of common ground, and we took that out. We're not talking about the wider network, or else I would have had many hours more questions for you. Your severity case depends on the comparison between Table 3 and Table 4 in your Appendix E, full stop. Now, I asked you about RFC first because that was what you talked about in your evidence in chief. Then you said, well, actually, no, delay's more important. So now I'm asking you about the delay numbers. And we've agreed what they are, but we can see what they are. The question, Pim, is the impact severe or not? We see how many seconds it is, so there's no point going over it. My question is, okay, you're an experienced transport planner. I've asked you for any support from inspector's decisions for the thing that you're telling our inspector, and you've got none to hand, you say. So my final question about it then is, from your perspective, you're asking this inspector to do something unprecedented, which is to look at a 30-second delay on a single junction or a 50-second delay on a single junction and decide that that constitutes a severe impact on the highway network.
Don't think referring to, so no in the sense that we're not referring just to a 30-second or 50-second. Cumulative delay.
No, not the answer. The effect of...
It was the answer he's giving you.
No, it's not an answer to the question.
Okay.
It's not... It's fun to get some audience feedback. It's not an answer to the question that I asked, which is the inspector has to consider the implications of the scheme. And the scheme causes between, at worst, a 30 to 50-second delay on one particular roundabout. And that's your severity case. And you have no examples anywhere in the country, anywhere from the entirety of your professional experience of another inspector taking the approach that severity threshold is reached in circumstances like this, do you? And that's the end of that. Last question, it really is the last question, it's about something completely different. Bus contribution. £850,000, that was a request of Essex, as we've seen in the Statement of Common Ground. You told us that a fully funded bus service would go, you say, some way towards making the site more sustainable. You say in your proof that it's unclear to you if £850,000 is enough or not, basically.
Yes, in continuing.
If it is enough, that would then give people the sort of genuine choice that we've talked about so far as bus routes go. And the body that determines whether it's enough or not isn't you, or indeed your client. The body that determines what the level should be is Essex. And we know that they think it's adequate. See our Appendix F to our evidence, don't we? With that. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Simons. Thank you for keeping things so concise. Concise, I think, is how that's good. Thank you. Just hang on for a moment, Mr. Slack. I don't have very many questions, but there was one or two, probably quite early on, actually. Yeah, very early on, you were saying that from your review of evidence relating to a modal shift in people taking up active travel.
Yeah.
You thought that really, other than for the spike in COVID, you couldn't identify any particular improvements, as it were, in people switching their behaviours. I'm just conscious that, I see more and more electric bikes around, and I'm just wondering whether this is too early, or whether that has had some effect, or in fact, it's oddly enough had no effect. Have you any particular view on that?
I think it's certainly, we can refer to micro-mobility such as bikes. It offers an alternative. Efficient cycling. I don't think certainly in terms of information, doesn't really substantiate. But I do.
Unfortunately, there doesn't appear there are actually making any inroads in terms of an objective change to people's behaviours. But from what you know from the evidence.
Yes, and e-bikes are, they tend to be concentrated, certainly in a commercial sense, in city centres.
Oh, yeah.
Forest and to my knowledge, there is not some operations.
Okay, I don't think I've got anything else. Thank you very much. Anything in re-examinations?
Yes, so thank you. We'll go through pretty much in reverse order. So start with plus contribution. Have you got Ms. Bancroft's rebuttal to hand, please?
Yes.
Could you go to Appendix F, which is the bus service contribution?
Yeah, appendix F.
But this is the letter that Mr. Simons was talking about. He put to you at the end that it's not for our client to decide whether 850k is enough. It's for Essex, and they think it is enough. Your concerns were, as I understand it, as to whether it would be enough to ensure sustainability beyond the 4-year pump priming period. Can you just look through that second paragraph and tell me where Essex says it will be enough to ensure viability beyond the 4-year period?
I can see a reference that some should enable the service to be provided for a period of 4 years. That falls short of the ideal 5-year pump priming period, which is the length of time that it normally takes for a service to establish itself and become functional. However, it is felt that it would be unreasonable to ask for a higher figure from the developer, bearing in mind what has been asked for the development previously. ECC will thus look to use revenue from the service to fund extensions to the initial 4-year period, and there is the possibility that other developers will come forward with contributions locally that will help to supplement what is being provided. It should be added that the developer is being asked to deliver new bus stop infrastructure under Section 278 agreement, so the overall commitment to public transport agreement is substantial.
So do you read that as Essex saying 4 years will be enough to ensure viability beyond 4 years?
Not conclusively, no.
Just trying to remember what references on and rebuttal. Rebuttal and what's re-examination. A lot of points were made to you about the sustainability of the site, the sustainability of Malden, the sustainability of the district. And a number of points were made to you about why you're taking sustainability points at all. You touched on it in a cross-examination, but I just wonder, why have you looked into sustainability of the site? Generally, what's it relate to?
Well, the sustainability of the site, it sits on the edge or outside of the settlement boundary. There is sites 7 by 4. Current is obviously put forward connections to London Road and Spifford Road to overcome this severance. But we have issues with, as we mentioned, the quality of the walking and cycling route, the distance to facilities, which is beyond beyond what many of the businesses are within the town itself, as would be expected. Bus services we've touched on, but also the distance to bus stops, walking distances that fall outside of the general guidelines.
Sure. So sorry, perhaps my question wasn't clear. Have you got Mr. Bancroft's rebuttal, please? Thank you. And just bring that up. You turn to section 5, which is the highway impact assessment. Mr. Bancroft goes through the analysis on A414, B108, Malden Road Junction, and then begins to talk about, at 5.13, it's also pertinent to note, and goes through various factors that it's pertinent to note. Effectively, these go to some of the points that I went through when he starts talking about double counting. Recall that?
Sorry. Which document is this?
Rebuttal, Mr. Bancroft's rebuttal. Have you got 5.14? It's a paragraph that begins furthermore.
Yes.
Says furthermore, it should be noted that the sensitivity trip rates identified by ECCH, used by Mr. Slack in his evidence, do not take into account the various opportunities that will be available to future residents to travel by non-car modes. It's my firm belief the course scenario shown in the TA is not only in line with current best practice on trip forecasting, but it's more reflective of the local area and the range of local amenities that are located in a short walk side of the site. You see that? So, I mean, questions will put to you about why you're taking points on sustainability, but insofar as you answer them across that it's related to highway usage, how contentious is that point?
I would say that the point of sustainability and active travel and public transport directly to entity to rely on trips we make by public cars. So there is a direct relation.
You were taken to, can you turn up CDC 8, please? Because you were taken to, this is the officer's report. Is it CA? Yes. And you were taken to paragraph 3, which talks about sites that are or can be made sustainable. You said there was another paragraph you wanted to go to. I think I know which one it is, but I don't want to lead you. Do you know which paragraph you wanted to go to? You don't? Okay, fine. Thank you. I'm grateful, Mr. Simons. Can you go to 5.1.48? It's on PDF 20, page 32.
Five point 5.8.
5.1.48. Is that the paragraph you're looking at?
Yes, it is in my principle.
Sure. And what is the first sentence of that, please?
The site is within the countryside and is currently considered to be an unsustainable location due to a lack of connections to the main site.
It does go on to say, and I make no bones about this, that it can be made sustainable. That's not a dispute. No, sorry, it's not in dispute that the report says that. You've covered cross on that point. No, me not being clear. 5.9.11, please. You were taken to this paragraph on highway capacity. In effect, the officer says, however, ECC as the highway authority has reviewed the submitted information and is satisfied. 5.9.12, in the absence of an objection from the highway authority, officers don't consider reason for refusal can be substantiated. So you were asked about the officer's view and what weight to be given to the officer's view, but what's the officer in effect relying on here?
Absolutely, the planning officer would be relying on this.
So if following the close of evidence, the inspector has concerns about Essex and its approach and see everything is subject to scrutiny, what impact does that have on the officer's recommendation here, or this part of the officer's recommendation, and the weight that we'd be giving it?
I think considerable weight. Essex state that they did not believe that there would be severe impact on the efficiency and that it would not meet that threshold. It's not standing that scrutiny assessing criminals in particular. Provide evidence of
Can you turn to CDJ1, please, which is the local plan? And you can take us to some passages in here. Can you go to, please, PDF page 21, paginated page 17, which is policy S2? Now, you recall asked questions, and I don't think we've ever disputed that the site in the area is within one of the most sustainable relationships in areas in Malden district as a whole. But S2 also indicates, doesn't it, says in terms significant infrastructure constraints exist which will strictly limit the capacity for growth in Malden, Heybridge, Burnham on Crouch in excess of the policy set out in S2. Development needs to show not prejudice or delay garden suburbs, I don't think we need to worry about that, and sufficient infrastructure capacity to support the development. So you were asked questions about its relative position. Sorry, Mr. Simons, were you? Oh, sorry.
Stop the question being asked, obviously, but I would have gone into that if I'd understood significant infrastructure constraints existing as part of the council's case, but it's not, obviously, because the reason for refusal 1 was withdrawn. But I'll obviously let the question be. I'm just a bit. I didn't ask about significant infrastructure constraints in my cross-examination. There is a good reason why, which is that obviously, reason for refusal 1 was all about significant infrastructure constraints exist. Therefore, contrary to S2, that's been withdrawn. I didn't ask about it, and the only reason I'm interrupting, and I'm sorry to interrupt, is just because I don't want it to be sort of introduced as a point now when I've not had a chance to examine it, given that it's been withdrawn.
Because I don't think I certainly wouldn't deliberately do that, and I don't think I'm doing it, but perhaps if I can ask the question, and then if Mr. Simons objects, he can say so. The question I'd like your help with is this. Obviously, it is relatively one of the most sustainable areas in the district, but if, as S2 indicates, the top level of that district order is constrained, what does that say about sort of sustainability generally and what developments will have to do in order to be sustainable? I don't think that goes beyond Mr. Simons' the point.
Okay.
I think it recognises that there are constraints, whether that be schools, etc., but obviously we're focusing on highway capacity infrastructure, and I think that places a higher bar really in terms of promoting travel by sustainable modes. If we are to mitigate or ameliorate the effects of any development that isn't within the local allocations on the highway network.
You're also taken through various other documents on sustainability of the site, one of which was the Healer. Have you looked at the Healer before in particular?
Not directly looked at it, but I'm aware that it's a sort of first phase sifting exercise, identifying a whole number of sites that had, broadly speaking, the potential to accommodate.
You were of the size of the particular
It was
allocations
for that site. It was. I can't remember the exact number, but it was a large area.
That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Thank you, Mr. Slack. I appreciate the answers you've given. Okay, good. In which case, we've come to the end of that part of the evidence. I think it's probably appropriate to break for lunch now, and then when we return, we'll do the roundtable session relating to living conditions. So, any other housekeeping matters before we adjourn? Okay, anything from you?
Not housekeeping, sir. Purely on timetable. If we're back at sort of 2:20 and the living conditions goes to 3:20, would the appellant want to chief today or do entire? I don't think we're under any time pressure. It's just for my own awareness.
I'm not John Wade, but we'd probably prefer if it were acceptable to you to do it tomorrow, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Just because it would be really helpful to kind of reflect on what's happened and sort of.
And otherwise, he's going to have to be in perjury over
Being
the
heard
evening,
overnight.
which is not good.
if it, given that we're doing all right, as it were.
Yeah, well, I think we will be. I think we'll be done if it's all very similar kind of
Yeah.
timescales that we saw this morning. Then I think we're okay.
If that's all right,
It's
then we'll. No.
yeah. No,
So then in that case, we'll do living conditions and then basically stop
Yeah,
and
I think so.
and see where we are tomorrow.
good. In which case, yes, 3:20. So we'll adjourn until 2:20. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Second? In the end. We'll have a chat about it. Hmm? I don't think so. Sorry.
You're going against the statutory authorities as well. Yes, topic. Thank you. Thank you.
You're coming back to the room?
Yes.
You've got part. Okay.
Yeah, we're coming in.
Okay, well, good afternoon, everybody. It's 2:20 and the inquiry is resumed. We have one matter in hand for this afternoon, and that's a round table session on living conditions. More specifically, this is an issue that's been raised by the Rule 6 party, and it's for the living conditions of those properties that include and are around Morton Hall Farm. There are two aspects to it that I've picked up from the Rule 6 party's submissions, and that is firstly the issue of privacy. So I'd like to hear why that is of concern. And then secondly, and I think in my note I flagged it as a highway safety issue, but I don't think it is. I think it's more a matter of perhaps inconvenience or congestion or obstruction in the potential use of the private drive to those properties. So I'd like to have an explanation of what the concern is and why you think that might take place. So far as the documents I have open, I've got the Rule 6's statement of case. So that was the document that they initially submitted, and I've also got Ms. Lopez's statement. I did actually find it's been listed twice in the core document list, but I'm looking at it. I think it's the same document, isn't it? Is that right?
I think it might be that one's a Word copy and one's a PDF, and I should have uploaded the PDF immediately. So I think that's why.
They're one and the same thing.
Yeah.
That's good. I've got a version of it open, so that's not a problem. Now, living conditions isn't an issue that the council has raised, so I'm not anticipating them needing to be involved in this. But if for some reason you, Mr. Grant, feel that you need to say something, then please feel free to do so. Otherwise, it will really be a matter between the Rule 6 party and the appellants. So from the appellant side, who is it? Is it going to be you, Mr. Wheeler? That's going to be your main witness.
That's what I'm saying. I'm dealing with this.
Okay, all right. As I say, I think actually looking at it in more detail, it's probably not a highway safety issue. So it may be something that you, Mr. Wheeler, might want to comment on as well. So I'll leave it between the two of you to do that. Okay. Right. In that case, let us start off then with the first of the issues that I've identified, which is the one relating to privacy. Mrs. Dodsley, Mrs. Lopez, whoever you feel is probably best placed, perhaps you could explain to us what your concern is.
Okay, I think both of them link together, but obviously where I live is a very quiet hamlet. You saw it yesterday. It's 11 properties, and I live on Courtyard Mews. My back garden will back onto the site. There is a wooded area, which obviously in the summer it does screen it because it's full of leaves, but in the winter you would be able to see houses, and obviously there would be noise, light pollution. That would make a difference. In terms of privacy, it's a public footpath that goes by my home, which is number 2, and my neighbour's number 1. We have covenant restrictions when we bought the property that we were only allowed to have branch fencing. So although we've grown trees and shrubs, I think I showed you yesterday, you can still see straight through into our back garden. So obviously our concern is more people walking. You can see straight in. The other issue is the driveway, which is the sole access to all the 11 properties.
Is this coming on to the second issue?
Yeah, and it's
Let's stick with the first one, because
okay.
I've got some questions. I've got some questions of you, just for clarity, and then obviously I'll invite Mr. Wheeler to have his say as well.
Okay.
Just so that I'm quite clear, the line of the official line of the public footpath is actually down the drive, as I think you showed me yesterday,
Yeah.
and then round and through a gate, then up what is, well, it looks like a bridleway, but in actual fact, from an official point of view, it's just the public footpath. However, people tend not to use that route down the driveway. From what I understand, they actually use, we call it a permissive path, or perhaps just a path that people use because nobody stopped them, effectively around the back of your property, so to the north of your property. In some cases separated by shrubs, in some cases coming quite close, and then along the side, again, north, paralleling the driveway. Is that right?
I would say it's 50-50. Some people
Okay.
go either way, but the official footpath is on the driveway and through where Headland Barn. But I think when Mr. Speakman Senior lived there, he gave permission to divert it, which effectively goes along the back of our garden. So when I'm sitting at the bottom of the garden, literally, could touch people walking past, which is fine because it's not so many people and bikes and sometimes motorbikes, unfortunately. But there's also, I forgot to say, that the plan is that there will be a vineyard as you walk in. As you come into the driveway on the left, they want a community vineyard and a picnic area on the right. So that's going to create more people coming into the driveway.
All right. And now I need to press you on this one, Miss Lopez, because there's a difference between people walking past your house, either your neighbours or indeed people using the footpath, and as it were, a loss of privacy. Those are different things from where I'm coming from. Privacy, as it were, is what might a householder might consider to be a reasonable level of containment there, where they can enjoy their property without necessarily feeling that they are being unduly overlooked. Doesn't mean to say no overlooking takes place, but feel they've been unduly overlooked. In your case, clearly you bought your property knowing that there's a public footpath running
Yes.
directly in front of it. So there must have been some expectation that you would see people just enjoying themselves, taking their dogs for a walk or what have you along there. Would that be the case?
Yes. And
Okay.
yes.
And
we do.
you accept that? That's just part and parcel of life there.
Yes, but obviously
Okay.
it's not many people.
Okay, so in what way would a development at the rear of you, beyond, and remember this is going to have some landscaping, I believe, between yourself and any new housing that might be built, how would that adversely affect the privacy that you currently enjoy?
Well, it would obviously be a lot more people. I would imagine, they want people to walk and use the footpath, and a lot more noise, and people can see straight into our gardens. And because of the restriction only having ranch fencing.
Yes, although you say that you have a restriction on ranch fencing, but you are able to plant what you
Yes,
want. So
yeah, and we
if
have
you
done.
wanted to, you could plant a hedge, I suppose. That
Yeah.
would be within your remit, but your preference is not to do that. Ms. Dodsley, do you have anything to add to what Ms. Lopez has said to me?
No, I think just to mention about the space between where the back of her garden is the footpath and then where the development would be. I think in the summertime, as Mrs. Lopez has said, there's quite good screening. I think in the winter is probably where it would be experienced, to much greater depth because you can see straight through. So I think that's probably one of the bigger concerns seasonally.
It's a seasonal matter.
Yeah.
Mr. Wheeler, let me bring you in here. Perhaps you can start by just explaining how you envisage, if the development were to take place, how people on the estate or new housing, how would they where would footpaths run? Where would they be able to gain access? What is the intention in terms of movement?
Probably refer you to see which is the landscape strategy. PDF page 5.
So Sorry, so give me that reference again, will you?
So it's CDA 11, page, PDF, page 5. And it's the right-hand image, which is entitled Illustrative Landscape Master Plan.
Okay, yeah, I'm with you.
And the first point to make is that obviously landscapes are reserved matter, so it's, this is shown for illustrative purposes only. I think the key points to highlight are that the northern and the southern areas either side of the driveway have some different characteristics in terms of the overall approach. So the northern driveway, northern space is more of a sort of entrance space for pedestrians and cyclists. It has areas for dog walking. As Ms. Lopez said, there is the idea that there might be some picnics there, spaces there. But that's all sort of, within a sort of a heavily planted buffer strip that runs, or that sort of continues the buffer that's already been referenced to the north of courtyard views. In terms of the way residents would access the site, they would come in at the sort of the southeastern corner, our southeastern corner, and then you'll see, so there's at the point where the driveway continues westwards, there is a proposed footpath that goes north.
Yes, I see that.
Which would then take you into the sort of the main body of the site. And then additionally, when you get probably a third of the way up that footpath, you could then turn west and continue along the southern edge of the housing development, adjacent to the existing buffer, the new buffer.
So that would replace the kind of permissive path, as I've called it, that you have on site at the moment.
Exactly.
Okay. So that landscaping area between the back of Mrs. Lopez and that footpath, that would get larger. Is that the intention?
It would be supplemented.
Yeah. Okay.
So the other point to make is the public rights of way would be retained along the driveway. What I want to make is that there's an alternative option for people using the general public rights of way network, or people accessing the housing scheme to actually use the network faster within that site. So I think the point does the use of that public right of way increase significantly in material. One my view would be that there are options, and those options are off-road rather than being in a
Oh, I see. Okay. I was just about to ask you why would be the case, because I think from Mrs. Lopez's point of view, well, I don't know, I'm not here to speak for you, Ms. Lopez, but obviously with that number of new houses, you're going to have a larger population, and you're quite right, they'll want to walk out. But your thoughts are the permissive path would be, frankly, the more attractive path for somebody taking a dog for a walk or going for a stroll.
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Lopez, we're talking about landscaping here, and that is a reserved matter. So the plan that Mr. Wheeler is referring to is purely an illustrative one. So that would be a matter for consideration at a later stage. But if in broad terms the scheme was laid out in that way, is that something that would ameliorate to some extent your concerns about privacy?
Possibly.
Okay. All right. Yeah, do.
Whilst the plan is illustrative, obviously we're asking for access to the surnames. If you go to Appendix B of the transport,
Yeah.
it actually shows the footpath that Mr. Weed is referring to. And my contention would be from a transport perspective, by providing that route, you actually change the design line. Because if you go there at the moment, it's obviously a field with obviously disagree with this project thing.
Yeah.
But you actually see a direct line through, and then obviously you got the arrow there, so the actual design will change. So I agree with Mr. Wheeler, I don't think that would be
However, there's no intention to seek a formal realignment of the public footpath. That would remain. Okay. Well, you've explained to me where your concerns lie. I think I understand that. And Mr. Wheeler has explained how from a developer's point of view, they might seek to try and attach that. I think really I've gone as far as I can in terms of asking questions. Is there anything else in terms of that particular issue relating to privacy that you would want me to? I mean, you and I were there yesterday, so you were able to show me your house and the footpath, so I've seen that. Is there anything else that you want to bring to my attention as far as that issue is concerned? Thank you for that. Well, let's move then on to the second issue, which is the one relating to your concerns that members of the public might drive or park on the private driveway to your neighbours' houses. Do you want to explain what your concerns are there and why you think that might happen?
So the driveway is our sole access to our properties. And one of my big concerns is the position of the land for the nursery school, which is positioned quite near to the driveway. It states in the paperwork that it must be in this location. I don't really understand why. Because as I said yesterday, it means that parents are likely to drive into the driveway to drop children off. It's a no-through road, as I showed you yesterday, because the other access is a private access. Although on the map it says it's a secondary access, apparently that was an error. But this was discussed with the developers in a meeting, and there was a suggestion of putting up a camera, but that's not going to stop people driving in. And again, privacy, people driving past us, they're likely to come into the courtyard to turn round or do a U-turn where we walked yesterday, and it could just cause chaos and be dangerous.
I asked you yesterday, perhaps I shouldn't have done because we were outside the inquiry, but I did say, do people come and park on your drive at the moment? And I think you said no, that's not something that happens. Why might it happen if a development takes place? And I ask that because obviously your drive is, I think it probably clearly looks like a private drive. It's not a public road in a sense. It's not signed. It's not tarmac. It's not lined or anything like that. It looks like somebody's private drive. Why would somebody wish to go down there when, if the development were to take place, they'd have a ready-made roundabout on the 414, which will allow them safe and easy access into the site.
Will it be quicker because the nursery is right near the driveway?
Okay, Mr. Wheeler, can you explain to me perhaps where? I think Mrs. Lopez was saying that she felt that the papers said that it had to be somewhere. Are you suggesting it has to be somewhere at the southern end of the site, or?
It says it must, in capital letters, be in the eastern half.
I don't quite understand that. Perhaps you can explain that one to me.
So the reference to the nursery location is referenced in the design code and the design access statement. We're setting out a series of principles around nursery being in the eastern parts of the site, principally to enable people who live on the site to access easily by foot or by dropping their children off. We amended the parameter plan to make clear that location is an indicative location, so that will be determined at reserved matter stage. And if there is a desire from the resident or from the council and the operator that moves further north into the site, then that will be looked at.
Okay, so it's not in your mind anyway a fixed location. It's something that would come out of a kind of a detailed layout at a later stage. However, if Ms. Lopez is right, and as it were, if it were sited down the southern end of the site, what's your view about her concerns about people looking to drive onto her drive, stop, take little Johnny there, and then come back?
I can understand the concern. I think there's a couple of points to make here. The first one is that the driveway is a private road. So no vehicular rights.
And there's no vehicular rights taken off that drive into the site, I take it. Right.
So any parking will be any nursery will operate a management and traffic plan. I know a Cameron was mentioned before, but we haven't progressed to it. I think the other point that I've made was that if the location of the nursery is in that southeast corner, then we would look at the landscaping scheme, the design of the boundary treatments along the northern edge of the driveway to ensure that any parent that decided to use the driveway, it would make it a very difficult route to access that the nursery site. And that can be dealt with at the reserve stage.
Would it be all right if I come back
Of course.
to Mr. Wheeler on that? So
Yeah.
I appreciate the efforts, and the comments that you're making. And what I want to say, and as I raised this in my opening speech, like roads being private or, access being unauthorised won't prevent people from using it because, I know what drop-offs are like at, relevant childcare facilities. So I think what we're really keen to hear is something robust. And I'm interested in what you said about the landscaping scheme, like what is actually possible there to really prevent. I appreciate this might probably a reserve matters, but just to kind of put residents' minds at rest, is it okay to ask that question?
It is a reserve matter, but if there are some broad principles that the developer has in mind, then by all means we can discuss them here, sure.
Thank you.
I mean, Mr. Wheeler, do you want to perhaps pick up what Ms. Dodsley says there? I mean, what did you have in mind in the way of landscaping? Is it whether you thought might help that situation?
I mean, I think enhancing the fencing along the boundary treatment along the northern edge of that driveway, and that may be through some more permanent type of planting, whether it has thorny type species, etc. Whether there's, and then we make sure that the roots don't lead directly towards to the nursery facility. So, if you're dropping off, it ends up becoming a quite a torture to get there. I think the long and the short of it is, are parents going to basically drop off in the driveway when you've got a really difficult route to get to the nursery, or are they going to come in on the using the roundabout and then have a car park basically right next to the facility, and then they can come back out and get back on the 414 much more easily than coming out of the driveway.
Does that alleviate some of your concerns at all, Ms. Lopez?
No.
Okay, all right.
I don't understand
What-
why you would put a nursery there when it means somebody's got to drive all the way through the development. How is that? That just doesn't make sense. So people are, there's a pathway right there that's going to be right near the nursery. They'll drop off, and it's 4 times a day. It'll be chaos.
Yeah, that's what
Yes.
I'm
Can you
sympathetic.
use your microphone there?
I'm sympathetic to your concerns. I understand that, and I think what you're looking for is something with a bit of teeth to make sure that I agree with you, sir. I don't think people would necessarily treat that as a public road. The reasons you outlined, and also there's the category at the front, which clearly delineates in my mind that it's a private road. But there is provision within the Road Traffic Regulation Act of 1984, which allows highway authorities to install weighting restrictions on roads that are private when they have a public benefit. And we just discussed earlier, we aren't removing a public right of way, so that road does have a public benefit in my mind, and weighting restrictions could be implemented if it was an issue. I don't think it would be an issue for reasons you explained, and equally I agree with Mr. Wheeler, because we heard, I think yesterday, sorry, I forgot your name, Mrs. Dodsley, that they struggle to get out of their drive. So you have to assume that anyone that's coming in to drive and turning around would have difficulties getting out at peak times, whereas we've got a high capacity roundabout, which would probably be more efficient, notwithstanding we might have to go a bit further.
Okay, thanks for that. I mean, I think any suggestion about involving the highway authority having waiting restrictions goes beyond what's before me as far as this appeal is concerned. Although I appreciate it could potentially be a matter that could be raised later if there was an issue.
I was just going to say that if it was an issue, I wouldn't
Yeah.
say we're reliant on it, but there is an opportunity here for the residents.
Yeah.
If they were to watching it, they could speak to the highway authority and they could use that act to get the waiting restrictions installed.
It would also apply to the residents as well. So it's a double-edged sword, I always think sometimes. Okay, look, again, I think I've probably heard everything that can be said on it. To a certain extent, it's a requirement. It's the two aspects here. It's for me to come to a view as to whether or not that's a matter that is, how likely is it to occur? And if so, well, what effect would that have in terms of public interest? But secondly, I also think quite a lot of it is a matter that would be, if it were to be granted, a matter that would be for discussion as part of the detailed reserve matters, both in terms of the siting of where that nursery would take place within the site, but also, as Mr. Wheeler was saying, in terms of how the landscaping might help the situation that you have concerns about. Is there anything else either of you wish to say as far as that concerned, or is Ms. Dodson?
Sorry, just one question, and it might just be that I've not understood it in my head. So that the historic driveway, will that be open to residents on foot and on bikes?
Well, it's a public right of way.
Well, my question's probably layered actually. So if that's okay, is that all right to do it?
So we're not intending to change the use of the public right of way. So residents will be able to access by car, they have the rights, by bike and by foot.
So then my concern is residents coming in on foot because they perhaps live in the southern part of the development, and current Malden Hall Farm residents using cars to get in and out, and perhaps a safety consideration there. And also, if residents are able to access by foot, even with boundary treatments, I just question how you would really actively discourage parents from the nursery using that as a drop-off if there are pedestrian access points there. That's my concern.
The one point I think that Mr. Dodsley's raised there that we haven't talked about is an issue about if there is people coming in and out on foot on that access, and then there are vehicles from the residents driving to and from their properties. Is that a highway safety issue?
As I said, if you in the transport assessment done, there's a detailed drawing showing how the access proposals including crossing across the 414, and that shows you there's crossing point across the private drive within the highway boundary. And as I said earlier, the way it will be orientated, the design line will be to come into the site, so I don't see there be any interaction over what you would assume any sort of crossover effectively, because there's a private drive. And obviously that's been through safety audits, and it's also been reviewed by the county council. And as you know, there's a statement coming around in terms of saving suitable access.
So then I think that brings me back to that second part of the question, which is how do you then really prevent parents from stopping and parking there if there is pedestrian access?
So I'm just quick, where's the pedestrian access? Sorry.
If that historic driveway is accessible on foot and on bike and will give access to the site, am I correct?
We can treat it through boundary treatments to prevent access off the driveway into the site. So you would have to come either go all the way around Malden Hall Farm, or you would come back to the site entrance and come into the site, as Mr. Bancroft's just explained, in that southeast corner.
So that, yes, in answer to your question, Mrs. Dodsley, there would be an access in immediately as one comes into the drive, heading north into the site. That, as it were, that would be a footpath going northwards. What Mr. Wheeler is saying, that the remainder of the boundary of the driveway could potentially, landscaping could, as it were, prevent that being used. Because at the moment, I think there's a point, isn't there, about halfway down where the fence has a gap in it, and you can walk through there. That is my understanding, Mr. Wheeler, wouldn't be the case.
So it's formalising the existing gap into the permissive route, or whatever it's referring to as. That will be the main entrance into the site, so that wouldn't change. So where they come in at the moment, they go around your property, they come in the same location, but through design, we can then veer it away up into the side. So instead of going along adjacent to the
Yeah, I think I understand that. I think maybe I'm not making myself clear, but I don't think that would I don't think that would dissuade parents from using the driveway to drop off, because they could still park there and then walk in, I think is my point.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Wheeler, you've got
No, I'm just saying, I mean, it becomes quite a long walk at that point. Next to the site access. But I just don't think that's a reality. I'm sorry.
We've got a difference of opinion, haven't we?
Can I ask Mr. Wheeler if he's been to the
understand, but
site?
It's just you've got a difference of opinion.
Have you
as to
been?
whether
Have
or
you
not there's
walked the
case.
driveway? Okay. Okay. Interesting.
Thank you. Anything more on that issue that we haven't picked up that you wanted to tell me or draw to my attention in any way? Well, you may not be happy, but have you said everything that you wanted to say? That's the important thing. Yeah. Okay. Good. All right. Thank you both. Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. Thank you, Mr. Bancroft. I shall take those and ponder. I think then we've finished that session, and I'm going to draw a close on matters for today. Then I know we finished a little early, but I agree. I agree that it's best to hear evidence and then cross-examination of Mr. Bancroft all tomorrow. So unless there are any housekeeping matters,
So just one, the appellant has emailed asking for a new core document 8 to be added, which is a 50-odd page appeal decision. I'm just reading it now, but
Okay.
I mean, I don't think it's been run past you yet.
No.
And
Because we're actually, it was probably sent slightly, but it was my fault, prematurely. And so perhaps I'll discuss it with my learned friend and maybe come back to you in the morning. I'm not suggesting you read it overnight. It's all about, it's, I'll just explain what it is so you know what it is. It's an Essex appeal decision from a couple of years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, something like that, which looked at this question of severity, and in particular, the inspector was being asked to adjudicate on a suggestion from a council, it was in Rochester, that impacts were severe in part because of theoretical capacity of a junction exceeding 1.
okay.
You know,
Okay.
there was this RFC thing, and I asked the council's witness, you might remember, whether or not he'd come across an appeal decision which supported his position, and he hadn't done. But then I thought, well, it's only fair if we can show you an appeal decision that supports our position. And so this is an example of where an in excess of 1 RFC was not found to be severe.
I understand why you might want to submit it. Perhaps we can talk about that tomorrow once
Yeah,
Mr. Grant
exactly.
had a
I just
chance
wanted to let
have
you
a
know
read
what
of
it's
it.
about
Yeah,
and
yeah,
let
yeah.
you know what it's about. But as to whether or not you actually need to read it, I'm sort of trying to mull it over and work it out. It's quite long, and it may be that you don't need to. But
All right.
we'll certainly discuss it in the morning.
Okay, all right, we'll do that. Are you happy with that, Mr. Grant?
so yes, of course, my witness can't be here tomorrow, so it's not something I can ask him about.
Well, have a read. If you have no concerns, if you do have concerns, let me know. We'll do that tomorrow morning. Okay, thank you all for your efforts today. We are adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning.